So the players gone before the umpires. Marty, let's go.
Yeah.
Players, stay outside the 30. Stay outside of the 30. Skip. Captain, stay outside of the 30 till the umpires get in.
Mic testing, mic testing, mic
Just
testing.
stay outside of the 30. Let's go, Marty. You close in, huh? బ్యాటర్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసావా
చేసి వాళ్ళు వచ్చారు చేసి పెట్టిన చూసి బ్యాటర్స్ అప్పుడు బౌలర్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసి నేను అట్లా చేశాను
రాని వాళ్ళు ఎవరెవరు వస్తుంది తెలియదు.
వాళ్ళే సాహితీని ఆర్సీ యూజువల్గా ఆర్సీ ఓపెనింగ్ ఉంటుంది, సాహితీ రన్నర్ అవుతుంది. లాస్ట్ టైం వాళ్ళని కనుక్కున్నాను, సాహితీ ఓపెనర్ రన్నర్ కనుక్కుంటే చెప్పారు. బౌలర్
The game isn't live yet, is it?
It's live.
It's live? Yeah. I'll see.
Oh, you're commentating?
Yes.
So you cannot talk here if you're sitting here. You're very, very quiet. As soon as we get this sorted out.
We need bowler name and scoring.
Is it on Ninja Costa?
Yeah.
Okay, see ya. Got it. Okay, good.
அதை வந்து ஓட்டு க்ளோஸ் பண்ணிடுறா கரெக்டாக க்ளோஸ் ஆகணும்.
Bowler's name, please.
Guys, can you use this? Should be, yeah.
Come. Bowler's name, please. Bowler's name, please.
మనం వెనక్కి వెళ్ళిపోదాం.
Welcome back to the Parambears Cricket Complex in Radale, Georgia for the continuation of the National Women's Cricket League 2025 Stride Atlanta Women's Open. Today's match featuring the DC Titans and the Atlanta Super Lions. Brilliant conditions for batting and bowling. DC Titans winning the toss and choosing to have a bat. Opening batters are Aishi Garapati and Tahiti Mogula. Ball in hand at the northern end of the ground is Shubi Bangwal, and we're all set to go here in this wonderful matchup between two great teams. We'll talk about what the teams have done so far. As Shubi Bangwal starting off bang on target here. These are 20 over matches. I'm sorry, 25 over matches. And with the 25 over match, the first 6 overs, the first 36 legal deliveries are the power play overs. So expect that you cannot have more than 2 outside of the circle in those power play overs. Currently, the only fielder outside of the circle is square of the wicket on the leg side, a deep square leg. Everyone else, excuse me, is inside the circle. Looks to work this around the leg side. Very optimistic appeal by Conrad Rogers at the northern end. Immediately shaking his head no. Conrad Rogers at the northern end. At the southern end, currently at square leg, is Malati Venkataramanan. always good to see women umpires in a women's tournament. It's one of the things that I have always been excited about. We'll say more about that some other time. But two excellent umpires regardless. And two dot balls to start here. Bang on target here. 3 straight dot balls. Should be Bangwal really dominating with the ball so far. So obviously it's a 25. So 25 overs, a whole lot can happen in 25 overs. So there's no reason to sort of try to do anything out of the ordinary. Shubhi Bangwal, over the time that she's been playing cricket here in the US, 63 matches, 905 runs, 20 wickets. So a really good effort from her. This ball gets through the keeper though. Rihanna English is behind the stumps. And I believe this will be a bye signaled here by umpire Conrad Rogers. There is a signal. And so the first run for the day is an extra. Understand that you're going to see a lot of different moving parts, but all in all, you're looking to see whether or not the team that is batting first can build their innings in such a way that allows them to create momentum toward the back end of the innings. And the way that you do that is you take the singles when they present themselves. If you get a bad ball, you put it away, but otherwise play it positive, be attacking without being reckless. I would think through the power play overs, the DC Titans will be looking for somewhere around 35 to 40 runs, maybe 40 would be around what they're looking for with wickets in hand, and then that allows you to push on from there. Always something to pay attention to as to how they approach the chase. Losing wickets, of course, can change that equation, but I would think that that's the way that they'd want to go about it. Going down the leg side, and you do see a wide for the first time signaled here by umpire Conrad Rogers. So certainly a long way to go. You're looking to see how each team can sort of manage the environment. The weather is not much of a factor. I would estimate the air temperature to be around 84, 85 degrees Fahrenheit. So relatively comfortable. Going down the leg side again, couple of wides, and not much wind, maybe a little touch of wind coming from the west, maybe the southwest, at maybe, I would say probably less than 10 miles an hour. So wind, not much of a factor. Overall conditions are such that you can expect that the bowlers will want the players to play square, the batters to play square of the wicket. Let me explain what I mean by that. 3 consecutive wides down the leg side, so just needing to find the right radar here. Should be Bangwal. In any event, talking about the conditions, the straight boundaries are a little bit shorter than the square boundaries. The northern end of the ground, the boundary there is 46 yards. Southern end is 44 yards. To the west, in other words, to the right of your screen as you look, it is 52 yards. To the east, bottom left of your screen, it is 57 yards. So the incentive is there for the bowlers to bowl relatively short, to have the batters playing square, because if they play straight, 42 yards is not a very big boundary, and you can easily lift that over the top. So pay attention to how they manage those conditions as you get through the remainder of this match. Dot ball here to break the string of wides, and another dot ball. So when she gets it right on the length that she's looking for, when she fixes the line, she can be very difficult to score off of. 4 runs come from the over. All 4 are extras, 1 by and 3 wides. End of over number 1, 4 without loss. That's fine. They can stay here. They can come.
You know bowler name?
No.
Sahasra Gopal Krishna. Double kick.
So 1 over in the books, 4 without loss. The bowler coming from the southern end is going to be Sahasra Gopalakrishnan. Starts out with a dot. So again, your opening batters are Aishi Garlapati and Sahiti Magula. Both figure heavily in the scoring options or the scoring opportunities for the DC Titans, and you want to make sure that you're able to capitalize on that. Full outside the line of off stump. So in terms of the batters, Aishi Garlapati, leading batter in the side in 3 matches, average of 15 with a high score of 21. She is the number 1 in that category, and then Sahiti Magula is actually number 2. So your 2 best batters are your 2 openers. 3 innings, 1 not out, 27 runs, 19 of a high score. So both of them are relatively similar in terms of what you expect. Maybe Aishi Garlapati strikes it at a slightly higher rate. 49 is her strike rate as compared to 40 for Sahiti Magula. But both you'd expect to get a lot of runs from, particularly from the standpoint of setting the table at the top of the innings. We're looking to work this away, and she gets strapped right in front. And umpire Malati Venkataramanan raises the finger, moving right across and getting trapped in front, essentially playing a cross-batted shot to a very straight delivery from our angle here that looks like it's crashing into the middling leg. And unfortunately, she loses her wicket. Sahiti Magula trapped right in front. LBW to good bowling from Sahasra Gopalakrishnan. The score is 4 for 1. So 4 for 1. Sahiti Magula trapped in front without scoring. The new batter is going to be Nishka Ramaneni. Very full, very straight, Yorker length. Well dug out. So Sahasra Gopalakrishnan is on her game, starting out here in the first part of her day with the ball, at least as it relates to this match. Full and straight, and everything so far has been bang on target. No runs off of the bat yet in this game. In particular, you're looking to see whether or not you can really turn some of the pressure around. Absolutely brilliant bowling here. One ball remaining. In fact, no, that is the end of the over. Bang on target for all 6 deliveries. Wicket maiden is what you have as the second over in this innings. And the score remains 4 for 1. Number 1, should be. So should be Bangwal continuing. Right arm over the wickets. Nothing off the bat yet. You'll have a couple more runs here. These are going to be 2 wides. And I'll tell you what, without extras, there is no score in this game. So still 2 runs off of the wide. You have 6 extras completely, or 6 extras in this game. 1 by and 5 wides. And if you were to eliminate the extras, there would be literally no score in this game. So that's a testament to the quality of bowling that you've seen from the Atlanta Super Lions so far. Oh, look at this. Very good delivery. Really just jamming the bat down on that one, Aisha Galapati. Just barely getting the bat down in time. And they are absolutely under pressure here. So you certainly are in a situation where runs are at a premium. In fact, they're very much at a premium since there have been no runs off the bat yet, and you've already had 1 wicket. Shubi Bangwal into her second over. Again, her first over conceded 4 runs, but they were all extras. There was a bye and there were 3 wides, a hat trick of wides, if you will. And you eliminate those, and this is a completely different game. And that's yet another wide, I believe. Nope, no wide showed by umpire Conrad Rogers, so yet another dot ball. Nothing yet off the bat. Again, bearing in mind that the DC Titans chose to bat first. Conditions are favorable for batting, I would think. I said earlier, the temperature is around 84, 85 degrees Fahrenheit. There is a cloud over the field now, so there's very little in terms of difficult conditions. There is your first run off the bat, and you always have a bit of a sigh of relief when that happens, because I think for the most part they're feeling very tied down and really looking relatively tentative. And when you're tentative, you essentially lose the opportunity to dictate the game. If you look to be positive, look for the opportunities to get those singles. And even though you're in the power play and you have 8 players inside the circle, you still have the opportunity to pick up singles. That's played well. Off the back foot toward backward point. Should be 2 runs. And they do come back for that second run. That to me looks more like intent. And that's what you want to see, particularly from a team that decided to bat first. You want to see intent. You certainly don't want to see recklessness. But intent, in other words, looking to make sure that you get something going in the direction that you want it to, is what you want to see from this batting pair. It's a brand new partnership. It's getting underway here, and especially during the power play, it becomes difficult, especially with 2 bowlers who are at the top of the game. But this, to me, looks like what you'd want to see. Intent, get the ball into the gaps and run those singles. And that is the best way of being able to offset the good start that you've seen. So in other words, you find the opportunity presents itself if you sort of make yourself out to have the efforts that you need in order to be successful. 1 ball remaining here in over number 3. 6 runs on the board already in this over. Defending into the covers, no run. That is the end of over number 3. Excellent over, but maybe just some signs that the DC Titans are looking to fight back. End of 3, 10 for 1.
Bowler name? Nobody told us.
Same Sahasha, I think. Sahasha.
10 for 1, Sahasra Gopalakrishnan continuing 1 over in the books, and it was a wicket maiden. So excellent bowling from her. Starting out here with a single, so that's the first run off of her bowling. Excellent bowling from Sahasra Gopalakrishnan, who statistically is the 9th best bowler in the side. In 3 matches before this one, 4 overs bowled, 28 runs conceded, an economy rate of 7, and no wickets. So that's what she did before today, or before this match. But certainly starting out well here. And a couple of good deliveries on the way, just wanting to make sure that these batters remember that they're up against a competent opponent. So starting out very slowly here. Run rate 3.3. Projected score based on that run rate is 83. Talking earlier about the fact that you expect them to build their innings. You expect for them to sort of take the blows and then push on from there. Earlier I was saying that 40 would be a good target for the power play. Well, you've lost 1 wicket. You're into the second half of the power play, into the 4th over. 3 delivers into over number 3, make that over number 4. And things appear as though you'd want to really accelerate to get to 40, because it's not going to be easy from here. I tell you what, that is a good piece of batting though, because she immediately pushes it to the right of extra cover and calls for the run. And even though the non-striker Aisha Garapati was a bit slow in getting off the mark, so to speak, there was certainly enough time there to be able to get that single. So you want to see more of that. You want to see them putting themselves in the position where they can take advantage of any singles that present themselves. 2 balls remaining here in over number 4. Yorker length, bang on target. Pitching on the popping crease. You cannot bowl a Yorker at a better length than that. And this is great bowling. So 1 ball remaining now. Just looking at the overall run rate. Again, 3.13. That doesn't suggest anything other than good bowling. Even with the extras. Half of the runs that have scored so far have been in extras. 6 extras and 12 runs total. If you were to get to around 5 and over from here, 5 and over gets you to 118. A runner ball, 6 and over gets you to 139. You'll not get either here because that is a dot ball to finish over number 4. End of over number 4. Good bowling continues from the Atlanta Super Lions. The DC Titans at 12 for 1. So should be Bangwal continuing. The over is 1 and 3. Now bowling over number 5. This is her 3rd over. Working to the leg side. Not a clean pickup at mid wicket, and that provides them the opportunity for a single. As I was saying earlier, just picking up those singles might be the best way for you to be able to get into this game or get back into this game. So, looking at the overall standings, the Atlanta Super Lions played 2, won 1 and lost 1. The DC Titans played 2, won 1, lost 1. So, identical records from a points standpoint. In other words, they each have 2 points, a point, or 2 points is what you get when you get a win. Nothing for a loss. By virtue of the fact that they have a slightly, just a marginally better net run rate, the Atlanta Super Lions are the 3rd ranked team in the division or in the league. DC Titans are number 4. So both have a lot to play for. Both have a lot to do to get to the level of, for example, the COVID-IT Daredevils. 3 wins, no losses. And by the way, it appears as though those standings I just gave you are without the matches from this morning. So that might be very different now, and I'll get those to you as soon as I can. In the meantime, just the wide that you saw here, continuing with the festival of wides. Entirely too many wides for the coaching staff for the Atlanta Super Lions to be comfortable with. So the opportunities will present themselves. The question becomes, can you allow yourself to sort of understand where the singles might present themselves? As you look right now, there are 4 on the leg side. There's a mid-on, there's a mid-wicket, there's a square leg, and then there's a deep square leg on the boundary. Those are your 4 on the leg side and 5 on the offside. Played to the fielder at deep point. That is a single. Get the sense that they're just trying to find ways to manufacture runs. 3.21 is your scoring rate. Talked about the projections earlier. As of right now, 7 and over gets you to 157. And as a comparison, the game that was played this morning between COVID-IT and the Skybreakers, COVID-IT batting first scored 194. Inside edge onto the pad, so umpire Conrad Rogers says not out. So on the same ground with difficult batting conditions this morning, because in the morning it's a lot wetter, the wicket is a little bit soft, the ball doesn't quite come onto the bat, and they started the COVID-IT team relatively slowly. After 5 overs they had around 8 or 9 runs, but then exploded toward the back end of the innings to arrive at 190 plus. So if you apply yourself, particularly if you go through the difficult parts of the innings earlier on, then there are runs to be had. That is a single to end things here in over number 5. 4 runs coming from that over. And the 5, 16 for 1. Continuing here with Sahasra Gopalakrishnan bowling the last over of the power play. 2 overs bowled for her. And can't do much better than she did in her 2 overs. 1 maiden, 1 for 2. And certainly starting out again in such a fashion that makes it difficult for her to score off of. Quick single here. Have the opportunity to pick those singles up, you have to take advantage of them. So starting with a dot and then a single, so that certainly puts you in a position of being able to manufacture runs when they present themselves, and that certainly would be something that you'd want to do. 4 balls remaining inside the power play. Down the leg side, still 4 balls remaining inside the power play. And you'd expect that when the power play is finished, they could potentially push as many as 4 fielders outside the circle. I would suspect because of the pressure that they've built that they'll not immediately want to switch to that. You want to keep the pressure on. And the way you keep the pressure on is that you keep the batters in, or keep the fielders in the eyesight of the batters, keep them up close and make it difficult for them to see. Look at this run out opportunity, and I'll tell you what, had there been more commitment to picking that ball up instead of fumbling it in the outfield or in the short backward point area, it could have had a run out there. So they end up getting a single. Nothing at all convincing about that single. The runners or the batters really struggling to understand each other at that time. Aisha Galapati and Nishka Ramineni goes past the outside edge here. So each batter is on 5. Each batter has a strike rate that is relatively low. Aisha Galapati 5 from 10, Nishka Ramineni 5 from 14. So you're scoring at the rate that you'd more expect from a test match than a 25-over match. And the question becomes, when do you flip that switch? This maybe looks a little bit better, more commitment to the run that time, and they did not in any way hesitate. Took off running and eventually getting there. Direct hit could have been interesting, but I think should have been home at the non-strikers end. Nishka Ramineni. So now the last ball to be faced by Aishi Galapati, the last ball of the power play. And I said 40 runs would be appropriate for the power play. Well, they've gotten exactly half of that. Of course, this is the last ball, so let's see where they end up. Very full, and it does end up exactly half of the number I suggested. So if you're scoring this as a boxing match, the first 6 rounds certainly have gone, I would think, the way of the Atlanta Super Lions. 20 for 1 after 6.
6 or 6.
Bowler name?
Advi, Vainavi. Advi, after your Vainavi, you can CVS Kriti.
So Vainavi Kanan is going to take up the bowling from the northern end of the ground. Bowling over the wicket, left armour. And that is down the leg side. You like the angle left arm over the wicket, but if you're going to bowl left arm over the wicket, that line needs to be outside the line of leg stump. And it becomes imperative that you, I said outside the line of leg stump, my apologies, outside the line of off stump is where you're looking to bowl these deliveries. So she needs to get it a little bit more on the offside. That's much better. They'll get a single. Good commitment, good call, and that's a good single. That's exactly what you want to hear. Good communication between both batters, finding the opportunity for the run. That ball did not go more than 5 yards past the stumps at the non-striker's end, but she does well enough to be able to convince her partner to get a single. That is actually very, very good batting. And back to the point I was making, you have to pick up those singles when they present themselves. Continuing with the festival of wides, really need to make sure that this does not continue, because it's put you in the situation where you have a lot of opportunity to score runs but you have to have them scoring off of the bat. Anything that you give them are bonus runs that they did not earn. 20 runs on the board before this over started, and of those 20, you had 40% of them be
Drag the bat,
extras.
Ma. Drag the bat, please.
So starting out in this with this over, a couple of wides and a run, so you certainly have been a little bit more expensive than you'd like to be. Again down the leg side, and again this one gets through the keeper. You've certainly gotten yourself in the position where entirely too many extras are being bowled. And the coaching staff, I don't think, is going to be very happy with that. So 6 runs from the over already, and just 3 legal deliveries bowled. Make that 2 legal deliveries bowled. And if she's having trouble finding the right line from over the wicket by Navikanan, it may be to her advantage to try a few from around the wicket, just to be able to get the ball in the right areas. And even that one's tapped into the leg side. They'll get a single.
Love the running girls.
Into the offside. That becomes a much better line again for the left-hander. You prefer for that angle to be over the wicket, to be slanting it across the right-handed batter. But if you can't get the line right, priority is to not bowl any extras. But if she stays on that line, the line that she just delivered from, I think that will be to her advantage. And that's sitting right there. And that is a catch. Excellent. That's the line. That is the line that troubles right-handed batters from over the wicket, slanting across, creating that angle. And if you can do that, then you can induce a leading edge. That one popping up to mid-off, and the simple catch taken. The ball was dying on the fielder coming in from mid-off, but she took the catch, and that is the end of the day with the bat for Nishka Ramaneni. That is a beautiful piece of bowling. Again, having some trouble finding her right line, but if she can control it, that is where she needs to be. Just that ball has to be on the line of off stump, and that's exactly where that one was, and ends up with a wicket. Excellent going, and you certainly like to see a good plan come off the way that that one did. So, good start with the ball. You certainly don't want the wides, but you'll exchange a handful of wides for a wicket if that's the exchange that you get. And with 1 ball remaining here in over number 7, 7 runs from the over already. And from 7 runs in the over, 4 of which are extras, but you've already gotten another top order wicket. So Nishka Ramaneni dismissed, 7 from 19, no 4s, no 6s. Strike rate of 36, and at 27 for 2, the DC Titans, having chosen to bat, are struggling just a little bit. Last ball coming up here in over number 7 as your new batter takes guard by Navikanan. Last ball of over number 7. Inside edge, onto the pad, no run. Closes very strongly, a wicket and a dot. Really, 2 dots and a wicket for the last 3 legal deliveries, last 3 deliveries of over number 7. So good comeback by Vaya Navikanan. Score after 7 is 27 for 2. So 27 for 2. Aishi Galapati, 8 from 14, will be on strike. The new batter, who is now at the non-strikers end, is Tanushree Vishal. And it is going to be Advika Ganapati Subramanian, who is taking up the attack from the southern end. So Advika Subramanian bowling now to Aisha Ganapati, 8 from 14. Looking at what the bowlers, particularly what Advika has done with the ball so far in this tournament. She's actually statistically the second best bowler in the side. 3 matches played before this one. 7 overs bowled, well, 6.2 overs. 34 runs conceded, 2 wickets, so an average of 17. An average of 17 is excellent. And what is also impressive is her economy rate, 5.37. So economy rate of less than a run a ball. This one gets through the wicketkeeper again. And they will get, I believe this is going to be a bye. No signal yet from umpire Malati Venkataramanan. So without a signal, we will assume that that came off of the edge of the bat. So certainly a single there. They ran a single, and without any other indication, that certainly would indicate that it is a run off the bat. So starts out with a single. Bit of a change in the field. Still, again, we're outside of the power play, but only one fielder in the deep, and that fielder is at square leg. A good piece of fielding to on bowling. So 3 deliveries into her first over here, Advika Subramanian, and she has essentially continued the pressure that is really at this point almost overwhelming. Played off the back foot. Oh, diving stop. Keep the pressure on is exactly how you do that. Is you want to limit the opportunities to score runs, and that's exactly what you have here, because Subramanian putting herself in a position where she is continuing to apply the vice grip. Looking at where you are now, you are into over number 8. So these are again 70 or 25 over matches. So after this over, you'll have 17 more. And with that dot ball, you're looking now at the last 104 balls with a scoring rate of 3.65. 3.65 projects to a score of 91. Does not in any way strike fear into the hearts of a good batting side, I wouldn't think. So the question to be asked is, at what point do you try in some ways to accelerate, to generate momentum? Tries to go off the back foot, can't get any bat on it, yet another dot. And each time that you have a dot, that builds the pressure. It'll be interesting to think about what the score would be without the extras. We'll look into that analysis when we finish with this. That's the end of the over. Score after 8 is 28 for 2. For 2. Full toss. Second over being bowled here by Vainavikanan. For a split second there, umpire Malathi Venkataramanan might have considered whether or not that was a full toss that was above waist height, but ultimately becomes a non-issue. I think that ball was dipping comfortably before it got to the batter, so not a no ball for that reason. But still, economy rate or the scoring rate 3.55 continues to languish below what they would like. Looks to play this off the back foot once again, gets through the keeper, running away down the hill. And there's your sign from umpire Conrad Rogers. That is yet another bye. So you've had 2 byes, you've had 11 wides, and so 13 extras total. 13 extras out of a total of 30. That is a full 43% of your runs coming in extras. And what I said earlier is that it would be interesting to see what would happen if you were not gifted those extras. You'd be batting in over number 9 on 17 runs. And so that gives you a sense of the quality of the bowling absent the extras. And it just gives you a sense of how well this team's doing with the ball. For non-strikers end, I think there was always going to be a single there anyway, so not much in terms of risk. But you're in over number 9. And generally, you take a water break around the 12th over, halfway through the innings. I would think that the break, or at the break, conversation with the batting side, the conversation for the DC Titans would be to look at the ways that you can accelerate. Swipe and a miss. And when you're getting to the point where you're getting into the back end of the innings, not quite there yet, but you start planning how you're going to attempt to generate some momentum. And the way that you may want to start doing that is just looking at the ways that you can be innovative. Take advantage of a scoop shot if you have that in your repertoire. So all things that you can. Peel for a leg before wicket, left armer bowling wide of the crease, over the wicket. That will never happen. So that is the end of over number 8. To make that over number 9, the score is 31 for 2. So once again, this is a Stride Atlanta Women's Open fall tournament right here in Atlanta, Georgia, at least in the Atlanta, Georgia area. For those of you who are following along on our YouTube channel, feel free to leave any comments in the chat that you would like. It's never a bad thing to maybe hear information about the players that I didn't know, or if there's anything that you can add to the broadcast, anything of interest, maybe say where you're watching from. Any or every piece of information like that would be very helpful. But in the meantime, we're starting off again over number 9, make that over number 10, and this is going to be Advika Subramanian to continue. So we're almost 10 overs into this innings, and at 10 overs your scoring rate is around 3.4. Goes past the outside edge and really just misses the off stump. Actually was not very far away from the off stump. So you might start thinking that Aishi Galapati can start feeling the pressure. 12 from 21, so she's been there certainly of this pair the longer. And then having come in to bat at the top of the order, You'd want to think that she'd be the one to grab the bull by the horns, play the way square, and this is just into that area, the offside packed ring of fielders. There's a very, very short third, almost like a fly slip. There's a backward point. There is a regulation point, and there's a cover, extra cover. When I said extra cover, it's more mid-off. And then there's the mid-on and the short mid-wicket. In the air, past the bowler herself, not not far away from her hand. Could potentially have been a caught and bowled scenario. Ends up getting a single down the ground. So yeah, the objective now is to build runs, is to build partnerships. And you've gotten yourself in a position where that has not happened yet. Into over number 10, you're only at 33, and this partnership is only worth 6. Maybe a little bit of intent shown that time. I think to step down the track, ends up playing it right back to the bowler, but to me that looks like there's intent being shown. And you probably need a whole lot more of that. That is the end of over number 10. Score is 33 for 2. Right now, Buchanan into her third over. Left arm over the wicket is the angle that we spoke about before. If you get it on the stumps or really just going across the right-handed batter, maybe toward the fourth stump line, that is exactly the ball that you want to bowl as a lefty. I think you've seen evidence of it here, that when she gets it right by Buchanan, she can be very difficult to score off of. There. Oh, that should have been a catch. Once again, the angle is what works in her favor that time by Buchanan. And she was let down by her fielder at backward point. Very catchable in the air to her left, but not hit very hard. And again, for me, the angle is what created that opportunity. And you're unfortunately going to not look at each other in the huddle, because that easily could have been a catch. Very full, and it gets not exactly collected cleanly by the keeper, but no opportunity for a run there. So, boy, struggled a little bit with the line in the first over that you bowled by Buchanan. But the last several has certainly looked the part, and certainly is getting the ball in the right areas to cause the right-handed batters trouble. Well played. I have to say well run, because you certainly had commitment to that second run, or at least to the run. 2 balls remaining here in over number 11. In theory, 8 balls remaining before you have a water break, or we'll wait to see whether or not they actually take it at that time. So, in the event that they do take the water break, we'll certainly take one with them. But I think the bigger issue is, what's the conversation going to be like with the coaching staff? You're 86 balls away from the end of the innings. 82 is all your score is projected to be right now based on your current run rate of 3.28. 3.28 and over doesn't necessarily strike fear in the hearts of a batting lineup with any competence. Inside the line of off stump, for me, just a little bit too wide, but it's better to miss too wide out there than to be too straight as a left-hander into the body of the right-handed batter. So 1 ball remaining now. overall, really good bowling here from Van Avicanan. 2.5 overs, 1 for 11. In the air, catchable, didn't quite carry to mid-off. It stayed in the air for an eternity. Almost similar to that previous dismissal. And that is an opportunity there for Anya Tiagi, who was not quite able to latch onto it, but it ends up being another dot ball. Brilliant over again from Van Avicanan. End of over number 11. And the score is 35 for 2. For 2, make that 36 for 2 after that single. Aisha Galapati, 13 from 24 before that ball. Now 14 from 25. Tanushree Vishal, 2 from 15. So we want to see a little bit more intent from this pair, particularly from Tanushree Vishal. Some of it is due to, I think, really good penetrative bowling, even though you've had a ton of extras. Knocked her over. Big swipe and a miss. And she misses U-hit. That is the end of Tanushree Vishal wanting to go big down the ground. And you could see that the pressure was building up. Ends up that becomes wicket number 3. I believe that you just saw umpire Conrad Jones, or Rogers rather, wave the water carriers onto the field. I think we'll take a water break at this moment. So we'll go silent here in the commentary area. DC Titans having won the toss, struggling, 36 for 3.
That's the one? Huh? Yeah, no. Yellow bottle வேண்டாம்.
Laptop बैठना this one.
This is the umpire's water.
Can you keep it here? No, keep it in the shade. No, shade, ma, shade. Keep it in the shade. Yeah. Just put it down, Yeah.
Two balls up. Done, yeah. Forward, left hand. I would even give two balls left or two balls done. Yeah, left hand. I'm done now.
He'll run away to the stage.
Water break is done and dusted. New batter is in. Nidi Chuka. 2 deliveries into over number 12. BC Titans, having chosen to bat, are struggling at 36 for 3. 36 for 3. Aisha Galapati, one feels that much might depend on her from here. 14 from 25, strike rate of 56. And Nidi Chuka is your new batter. Excellent bowling from all of the Atlanta Super Lions, in this case Advika Subramanian. And we are all set and ready to continue the rest of this match. So you're getting yourself in a position here where you're going to struggle to accelerate toward the back end of the innings. Your options for scoring quickly make it increasingly difficult when you continue to lose wickets, and certainly when you're overall. Oh my goodness, look at this. I'll have to shove the point I was about to make because that ball stayed very low and it traps Nidi Chuka right in front, and umpire Malati Venkataramanan raises the finger. That is 2-2 for Advika Subramanian, and all of a sudden you are really in trouble here, looking to stave out a hat trick. So 2-2. First ball of over number 12 was a single, but then the next 2, 1 clean bowled, 1 LBW, so have not needed any of the fielders to effect the last 2 wickets. And all of a sudden, the new batter is walking in. It's going to be Aradia Kaushal, and she is going to be looking to, first of all, avoid a hat trick, or should I say prevent a hat trick. And then beyond that, looking to find ways of staunching the absolute paucity of runs as of this stage. Runs have dried up. 3.13 is the scoring rate. Hat-trick ball is what you're looking at here. Very casual field for a hat-trick ball. I would have thought that you'd have brought in some catchers, at least a slip fielder, somebody close to the bat. But in any event, here is the hat-trick ball. Oh, look at this. It trickled onto the stumps and she's gone. And that is your hat trick. She had an entire hat trick and she did not need another fielder at all. The first one, LBW, I'll make that the first one bowled, the second LBW, and the third, a Yorker that was dug out for the most part, but then trickled back onto the stumps, knocked the off stump and dislodged the bail, and there is your hat trick. First one of the tournament, the Stride Atlanta Women Open 2025. You see a hat trick, and boy, when you choose to bat first and struggle and then concede a hat trick, it all augurs really negatively for your chances of winning this match. So, once again, a hat trick in a fashion in which you did not need the help of any fielder.
Come on, Adli, one more.
Might we have a double hat trick? The new batter is in. And the fielders are all chirpy and noisy. Let's see what happens with this new batter. Advika Subramanian is on fire. Next delivery. Oh! Bang on target yet again. Just one ball remaining here in over number 12. And your opportunity to grab a hold of this game if you're the DC Titans appears to be slipping away. Last ball of over number 12. 1 run scored from the over and already 3 wickets to include a hat trick, and she's looking for more. What an absolutely brilliant over. That is the end of over number 12. 1 run coming from the over and 3 wickets to include a hat trick. The score is 36 for 5.
Good bowling, Andre.
36 for 5. Scoring rate is exactly 3 and over. 3 and over translates to 75. $75 as a projection is absolutely below par, is what I would think. Again, really brilliant batting conditions. The conditions lend themselves to you digging in and truly getting something on the board that your bowlers can defend. Another left arm over the wicket bowler. That's the angle that you want, slanted across the right-hander. By the way, the new bowler is going to be Shibi Bangwal. That umpire Conrad Rogers is not happy with. Played right back to the bowler. She puts it down. Return catches are never easy, but as far as return catches go, that was probably one that you'd want to have. Mistimed it. Wanted to play it more square than that. Spooned off the leading edge, going back to the bowler herself. Not able to collect it. So she might consider herself lucky there, Aisha Galapati. So just taking a look at that again. That ball was essentially right in the area where you'd want to play a cross-batted shot. But because of the pressure that the batting side is under, it became a much more labored shot, a shot that was not timed appropriately. And I'll tell you, this is effectively excellent bowling. Played into the offside this time. Quick single, fires to the non-strikers, and I'll tell you what, that ball actually hit off of the batter herself. Credit to her for having dove to make up her ground, or to make her ground. But that gives you a sense of the desperation that this team might be feeling now. Nothing coming off the bat. We've gotten a single here in the 13th over, but my goodness, down to 74 balls remaining and only 37 runs on the board. Not anywhere near what you'd be looking for, and a run rate of 2.92 does not in any way allow you to think that you have something to defend. Across the left, across the right-hander. Last ball coming up. This is an excellent bowling effort. Every single bowler who has bowled today has been excellent. Looking at each of the bowlers, the most expensive of all the bowlers has gone for fewer than 5 runs and over, and that's Shibi Bangwal, who is now bowling has only conceded 1 run in the 5 balls that she's bowled. Very full, played just past the bowler, and it goes down the ground for a couple probably. No, in fact, it will just be 1. It's a good effort in the field and tentative running from this pair at the wicket. Only 1 run added to the total, so 2 runs come from over number 13. 10 runs have come from the last 5 overs. That gives you a sense of how well the bowlers have done. 38 for 5.
Bowler named Shruti Suresh.
Thank you, sir. 14th over నుంచి నేను ఇక్కడ డాట్లో ఓడి వేసుకుంటాను.
Come on.
The new bowler, Shruti Suresh Kumar, bowling from the southern end. The batters are struggling. Anita Mohan, 1 from 4. Aishi Galapati, 15 from 29. Runs truly difficult to come by. And your opportunities to accelerate feel like they're starting to get more and more difficult. So it will be Anita Mohan on strike. Just 1 run from 4 balls faced. And only 1 fielder outside the circle. Everyone else inside. Full toss. Quizzical look at the umpire. Was that a wide or is it a no ball? It is a no ball. I get the sense that that could have been a no ball on height as well as because the fact that it pitched off of the playing surface. So a no ball is exactly what you'd want here because it gives you an opportunity to swing for the fences. Well played, running away down the hill, have not had any boundaries yet today. Won't have the first one here, but they get a couple of runs. And maybe that will be what sort of gets you going here if you are the DC Titans, because still you're into over number 14. And you're just past 40. 40 runs, 41 to be specific, is not nearly enough. 14 extras, so this could have been much worse. Tell you what, she leaves that one alone. I don't know that I would not have wanted her to throw the kitchen sink at that ball outside the line of off stump. With short third in position, nobody in the deep behind point. Maybe that ball outside the line of off stump might have presented a scoring opportunity. Chooses to leave it alone. I don't know that you have the luxury to leave it alone, especially with a new bowler. Now might be the time for you to start attempting to change the conversation. Played away into the offside. Interestingly, there is no sweeper on the offside. So just a hint of being more defensive here for the Atlanta Super Lions. And now, do you respond if you are the DC Titans by allowing yourself to find or manufacture ways to pick up singles? Great delivery, goes past the outside edge. Excellent delivery. 2 balls remaining. Partnerships have not been able to build. The second wicket partnership was 23. The other 4 partnerships that you've seen so far, first wicket partnership was 4, the second wicket partnership was 9, fourth wicket partnership was 0 because that was on the back end of the hat trick, and then of course the 5th wicket partnership also 0 because that was the delivery that produced the hat trick. So you're down now with 1 ball remaining here in over number 14 to the last 67 balls of the innings. Looks for the big drive. That sound that you heard was the bat hitting the ground. So not out, but yet another frugal over. 4 runs coming from it. And at the end of over number 14, the score is 42 for 5.
Baller name.
So Shivi Bangwal to continue. Left arm over the wicket. Bowling to a very, or at least a relatively aggressive field. One fielder in the deep square leg. Everyone else inside the circle. Oh, gets through the keeper. Yet another bye. Good strong throw, but that is more evidence of, let's call it, not exactly clean fielding. This time keeper guilty. That has been the 4th bye that has been scored today. I made a point earlier that you have a lot of extras. Without the extras, DC Titans would have been in a much worse place than they are right now. That ball stayed very low. It goes past the outside edge, no run. So planning your way the rest of the way. 43 runs on the board. Your projected score based on the current scoring rates of 3 is exactly 75. I don't know that you think 75 wins you any games. So what are the chances of you getting to a run a ball? Run a ball from here, you're at 107. Very full, driven square. That's a single. So a run a ball gets you to 107. Push and get to 7 runs and over, you get to 118. And that's probably the range that is realistic based on where you are right now. You have gotten half of your side dismissed, and it does not appear in any way that you can recover and accelerate toward the back end of the innings. But your opportunity to start scoring runs has to start right now. And once again, the ball stays a little low. Good alert work at short third. Ball got away from the keeper again, but the fielder at short third doing what she needed to keep that ball in such a way that there were no runs available. So you have the 2 A's against the 2 S's. The 2 A's being Aishi Garapati and Ahita Mohan. The 2 S's, Shivi Bangwal and Shruti Suresh Kumar. This one is Shivi Bangwal. Big drive and a miss. Once again, the sound that you heard is the bat on the ground. And it does continue creating that pressure though. So once again, runs having dried up almost completely. The last 5 overs from this point have only yielded 11 runs. Nothing happening off the bat. And it is really going to be a disadvantage based on the way that you've started. You're not going to be able to generate the momentum you need to the rest of the way. And that trend continues as that's the dot to close out over number 15. Last 10 overs coming up, 44 for 5.
No. CV out.
Yes, I saw in the television.
I think it's Shri. I also don't know the players.
Bowler.
Nata, who's the bowler? Shri. Same bowler.
Shruti Suresh Kumar continuing after a mini water break. Not oppressive conditions. I would estimate again somewhere around the middle 80s Fahrenheit, maybe around 28, 29 Celsius. And the sun has been behind a very large cloud for the last hour or so. So not oppressive conditions overall. What's more impressive at this point, though, is the effort for the DC Titans to generate runs, because they've not shown the ability to do that just yet, and this is really due to excellent bowling. Just want to again go through what the bowlers have done. Shubi Bangwal 3 overs, none for 13, and she has been the most expensive of all the bowlers. Sahasra Gopalakrishnan 3 overs, 1 for 6. Run out opportunity, really good throw, but they get a single. But to continue that point, Vainavikanan 3 overs, 1 for 11. Advika Subramanian 3 overs, 3 for 4 to include a hat trick. Shivi Bangwal 2 overs, none for 3. Shruti Suresh Kumar in the middle of her second over only conceded 4 runs. And the thing that stands out for me is the dot balls. Shubi Bangwal 12 dot balls in 3 overs, that's 12 out of 18 balls. Sahasra Gopalakrishnan 3 overs, 13 dot balls. Vainavikanan 3 overs, 11 dot balls. And the best of all of them, Advika Subramanian 3 overs, 14 dot balls. 14 of her 18 delivers in this match have been dots, and 3 of them she took wickets on. So easily the best of the bowlers so far, Advika Subramanian. It's going to be wide, a couple of wides, so just continuing the theme from earlier that they have done really well with the exception of the wides. And I say wides, the exception of the extras is really more accurate, because 17 extras so far to make that 18 after that wide. So you've now gotten yourself to the point where with 14 wides, 4 buys, 18 out of 48 runs have been extras. So that's a full 38% of the runs that you've scored. And that tells you how nothing, absolutely nothing's coming off the bat. No boundaries struck yet. Certainly no sixes. Good ball. Sliced away over the top though. And it's running away toward the fence. And you do get the first boundary. And so that was maybe a reverse jinx from my part, because that brings up the 50. So 52 for 5. And you saw evidence of it there. I said good ball from the standpoint of it being a good length ball, but the width is what caused the scoring opportunity. Nobody in the deep behind square made that point earlier. And so once it cleared the inner circle, it was always going to run away to the fence. Even with the, I said the fence, the rope obviously. Even with the thick outfield grass, the ball was always going to race away for 4. So that maybe puts you in the position of being able to find some momentum. 8 runs from the over already. 3 balls to come. Slower delivery, and now you go wide down the leg side this time. So we continue with ordinary efforts with the ball in terms of the line that is being bowled. So if you fix that, I mean, my goodness, that becomes an area where you have such an opportunity to continue a stranglehold on this match. It's a little bit of a delay, having to look over west of this field, over at field number 1. And you see the ground staff working over there, including one Shane Ford. Shane Ford, very well known cricketer. Formative years playing cricket in Jamaica. Absolutely brilliant cricketer. Shane Ford playing along the likes of Chris Gale, somebody who you all may have heard of. And then you also have the former West Indian Hamish Anthony, I believe, is the head groundskeeper here in Atlanta. So there's a very high IQ in terms of what is needed for the opportunity to get the conditions the way that it needs to be.
5 ways means they'll change the ball. Who's the bowler?
A little bit of a delay here.
Ready?
And are we changing the bowlers? It appears as though we may be changing the bowlers. I don't know that she was injured,
She just bowled the remaining balls.
but it appears as though there is an injury. So a number of wides were bowled in this over.
In the over or something like that.
What is the bowler name?
Bowler name is Advika.
Atvika.
I wanting to see exactly what happened here. It appears as though the reason why those wides were bowled is because the bowler herself was injured. So we may have missed that when it happened. Let's see what happens here. Oh, clean bowler. What a beautiful delivery. Full and straight Yorker length. Gets under the bat, actually pitches on the popping crease and knocks back the off stump. Wicket number 6 is down, and it is 54 for 6.
Kishan. Yeah, manually.
You can go and probably check with you have to edit the bowler, end the bowler.
Retire the bowler.
Retire the bowler and first ball is the wicket.
Okay, so just getting some clarification on that wicket. It appears as though there is a rule that speculated that that was a dismissal or that was an injury to the bowler. It appears as though there is no injury, but apparently if you bowl 5 wides in an over, you're needing you're retired. In other words, you can not bowl anymore. And I think that's what I just heard. I want to confirm that as soon as possible, but in any event, it's thankful that the bowler herself is not injured. But unfortunately, under these circumstances, you still continue with a bunch of wides. So the score is 54 for 6. 1 ball remaining here in over number 16. Continuing with over number 16 here. Again, the over is being split between 2 bowlers. Apparently because there is a rule that mandates that after 5 wides in the over, the bowler has to stop bowling and that over has to be given to somebody else. I think that's what I just heard. This is off the thick inside edge. Will not get a run here. Eventually becomes an over in which a wicket is taken. 10 runs from the over and a wicket. end of over number 16. The score is 54 for 6.
ఎంత స్కోర్ ఇప్పుడు 54 for 6.
54 for 6.
55 for 6.
New bowler is Srilaja Balanath.
Come on, straight, come on.
New bowler is Srilaja Balanath. Srilaja Balanath.
Thank you. New bowler is Srilaja.
Srilaja Srilaja Balanath.
That's why we both are here. One man will.
Funny new bowler.
Srilaja.
Come on, girls, come on. Keep the focus, keep the
The new bowler from the northern end of the ground is going to be Srilaja Balanathagiri. Bowling now to Akshara Patibandla, none from 2. Oh, looking to advance down the track. Comes off of the pad of the batter. And watch to see what umpire Conrad Rogers signals here. No signal, so that apparently came off the edge of the bat onto the boot. So Anahita Mohan 8 from 13. Probably now 9 from 14 after that. Akshara Patibandla none from 2 at the non-striker's end. And the struggles continue. For the DC Titans certainly are in the position here where you have to start thinking about how are you going to accelerate. Srilaja Balanathagiri, leg spinner, tossed up. It's a good looking delivery. Oh, I'll tell you what, the ball was in the air and had that mid-wicket fielder come forward instead of going back. They well have had a catching opportunity there.
Come on. Do the magic, do the magic.
Leg spinners can be very difficult to get away, particularly bowling to right-handers. And she's landed the first couple here in the right length, make that the right lines. One was maybe over-pitched. But that length and that line is one that will ask questions of the lower order of this team, DC Titans.
Super bowling, straight,
Look
come
where
on.
we are now. Last 50 balls coming up. Maybe the new target, instead of setting a target overall, might have to be whether or not you can get yourself in a position where
Good one, good fielding.
you bat out the overs. And it's struck down the ground mid-on in position to field that. 3 runs already from the first over. Being bowled here
Straight, come on.
by Srilaja Balanathagiri.
Finish off with the wicket, finish off with the wicket.
Last ball tossed up in the air. That's going to land short of the fielder at long on. There's a single that closes things out in over number 16. Make that over 17. 4 runs coming from the over. 58 for 6 is your score.
Bowler.
Bowler Ahana.
Ahana.
Who was the previous bowler?
Ahana. AHANA.
Bowler Srilaja.
Bowler is Ahana. 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 Ahana.
ISCN. What is it? ISCN?
Ahana. AHANA.
Last over was Srilaja, right?
Then when you change the bowler, that so make sure that Anahita is up. Make sure Anahita is up because she's the only bowler.
New bowler to the attack. It's going to be Ahana Jain.
Bowling, come on. Get the wicket, get the wicket.
Anahita Mohan 8 from 13 with 1-4. Aishi Garlapati 17 from 36 And that 4 that Anahita Mohan has struck has been the only 4 hit in this entire innings.
First ball dot ball.
And that gives you a sense of
First ball is zero. First ball is a dot ball. Okay. Okay.
ప్రీవియస్
Next
ఓవర్
second
ఏం
ball.
చెప్పండి బాబు శ్రీలజ బాల్ చెప్పండి కాదమ్మా పీజే నువ్వు 17th ఓవరు శ్రీలజ
ఇప్పుడు ఇది 18th over. ఇది 17th over. Okay. 17th over is 1
0
0
1
1
0
0
1
1
1
1.
59
Yeah, correct. I written this.
Next
ఇక్కడ 58 ఉంది కానీ
0.
ఇక ఆ డాట్ ని ఒక వైడ్ అని వేసుకోవాలి
Commentary చెప్తాను. 0 wide 1.
Come on, wicket time, wicket time. Get up, get up.
Batting Ashi. చూసుకో.
back here at the Paramveras Sports Complex, field number 3. Apologies for that slight delay, but we appear to be having everything worked out at the moment. And the big picture is that the DC Titans, after having chosen to bat, are struggling. 60 for 6 is the score. 3 deliveries into over number 18. So you're down now to the last.
Balkan. Corner.
4 up.
4 up. Go.
Last 44 balls of the innings. 61 runs on the board. Good delivery. Wanted a single, not quite there. And so now, with the 2 batters who are at the crease, Akshara Patibandla, 4 from 8. Aisha Garlapati, 20 from 41. Your efforts to get runs are going to be very, very strained, particularly going toward the back end of the innings. That shows intent. Good sliding stop at mid-on.
Good fielding, Anya.
You want to get as many of these as you can, though. And that is the end of over number 18. 4 runs coming from it. Believe it or not, that 4 runs is more per over than you've gotten on average throughout the entirety of the innings. End of 18, the score is 62 for 6.
Sarji.
bowler name
Srilaja. Same bowler.
Srilaja.
Come on, Sri. Do it. Bowling. Good bowling.
So Srilaja Balanathagiri continuing 1 from 4. At 1.1 from 4, starting with a dot here and over number 19. Make that over number 19. Giving it a lot of flight, tossing it up beautifully. And that gets through the fielder, trot extra cover. Releases just a little bit of the pressure.
Come on.
But your efforts are now going to be dependent, I would think, on Aisha Garlapati.
Get it. Come
Aisha
on.
Garlapati almost fighting a lone battle from the very top of the lineup. 22 from 44, but she's not had anyone else join her in double figures. Oh, right back to her and through her hand. That was a catching opportunity. And again, return catches are never easy, but really that's one that you'd want to have taken. And so as I was saying, Aisha Garlapati, 22 from 44, so her strike rate is 50. And nobody else in the side has more than 7 runs. That was Nishka Ramineni. Aisha with 22. The next highest score is Extras with 21. So that gives you a sense of how they're doing and how, even though they're in a difficult position, could be much worse. Catching opportunity here, doesn't quite carry. Good effort from mid-off. She does almost get there, but the ball lands just out of her reach. So they get another single. So you have a couple of singles and then a couple dot and then a single. So maybe runs are not flowing, but looking to find ways to score off the leg spinner. Thick inside edge, no run there. And I believe that is the end of the over. That is indeed the end of the over. 65 for 6 after 19. Last 6 coming up.
That's shouting. Are they shouting?
No, it's good, it's good. It was a little loud earlier, but this is good. Thank you.
Put the ball in me. Bowler. Gopal. Bowler.
So Hannah Jane, bang on target to start over number 20. And you are now in dangerous territory. Over number 20. In some ways, the score is a devilish 66 for 6. So if you believe in the occult of those things, that tells you what you think might be the issue here. Getting some assistance from the other world. Anyway, so single to get us off of that score and off of that topic. 19.2 runs or 19.2 overs bowled, 67 runs on the board. You're down to the last 34 balls. How do you stretch yourself to get to 100? Maybe just the psychological benefit of being at 100 might be a benefit. Run out opportunity here though. Tell you what, that's a good job for the non-striker. Akshara Patibandla to get back in her crease.
Come on, keep it tight, keep it tight.
I'm sorry, that's actually Akshara Patibandla who is on strike, and the striker is Aisha Galapati. It's played in the air. It's going to land short of mid-on. Finding ways to get runs, picking them up in singles. If you do that and push yourself to the point where you get a run of ball here gets you to 101. Is 101 a match-winning score? No, but it may be a score that gives you something to bowl at. Down the leg side, and that will always help. What happens here? Tell you what. Should be a wide, no wide signaled by umpire Malati Venkataramanan. And in fact, umpire Malati signaling that in fact is not a wide. So we'll see exactly what happens here. 68 runs on the board. 2 balls coming up here in over number 20. 32 balls remaining in the innings. Pulled powerfully, they'll get 1. Good pick up at mid-wicket. And it feels like there's more effort, more intent as you get to the back end of this innings. And that's pretty much all that you'd want to see from this pair, even though they probably are not going to get to the 130, 140 range. You want to at least see them attempt in some ways to get to...
Over up.
One left.
Over up.
One more ball.
Over up.
So a little bit of a dispute there, but we finally get the right call. That is the end of the over. 3 runs coming from it. Last 5 coming up. Last 30 balls. 69 for 6 in the score.
ఎక్కడో మిస్టేక్ చేసి
What about the electronic story?
No.
It's not done.
నీ బౌలర్ ఇంకా కౌంట్ చేస్తాను
He's doing on paper, that's what I thought.
బౌలర్ నేమ్
Sri, he's coming. Sri Ledger, he's coming.
యూ హావ్ టు డూ అగైన్ ఉండు
No.
శ్రీలత రైట్
Laja.
So Srilaja Balanatagiri, 2 overs, 7 runs. She appears to be the closer. Tossed up, it's played into the deep mid-wicket area. They should just get one. Wanted to come back for the second run. Realistically, not going to happen. But they're taking a chance hitting across the turn to the leg spinner. So you're playing those powering shots into the leg side, but playing that shot to the leg side off of the leg spinner carries some risk. Should just be a single here. And I don't know that the better option is not to try to play it through the offside. Nobody in the deep on the offside. Deep extra cover is not in position. There is mid-off, but she's inside the circle. And nobody in the deep at all. Not sweeping, not playing in the... Oh. Lobbed straight to mid-wicket and taken. So that's what I was referring to earlier. Just what we're referring to, playing across the line in that area becomes difficult. And you don't get much leverage, you don't get much power on those shots with the ball turning away from you. So that's exactly what happened here. Guys. So that is the end of Aisha Garlapati. She tried her best, batted from the front. Very long innings, 52 balls, 26 is what she scored. So her strike rate is exactly 50. But her dismissal might just signal the beginning of the end here, as it is now a new batter coming in the bottom of the order. New batter taking guard to the leg spinner, tossed up, played into the offside, no run. 71 for 7 is your score. Zara Melsop is your new batter. Zara Melsop hasn't batted a whole lot in this tournament. Zara Melsop, 2 innings, a total of 5 runs. So I don't know how much you can expect from her the rest of the way with the bat. But I would think her job here would be to stay with Akshara Patibandla. And that shot had just a little bit of intent. You don't mind seeing that. That is the end of the over. Another successful one for the Atlanta Super Lions. The score is 71 for 7.
71 for 7. 71 for 7.
71. 21 overs, 71.
Who's the name? నువ్వు ఎండ్ చేయబాబు ఇక్కడ నాకు చెప్పాను
ఇప్పుడు వైడ్ ఎక్కడ మిస్ అయిన వాళ్ళు
Come on, Ahana, come on, wicket.
yes
71 for 7. Maximum of 4 overs, 24 balls left. Put it to mid-off.
Yes, shoot.
Out!
Not a clear.
Back up. Come on, to the stumps, wicket.
72 for 7, 21.1 overs. The last 3 overs and 5 balls remaining. Zara Melsop faced 3 deliveries, make that 4 after that one. Has not yet gotten off the mark. And as I said earlier, I don't know that her job is not just to stay with Akshara Patibandla, 8 from 14. Played off the back foot run. I tell you what, you like seeing her get off the mark. And you also like seeing them take advantage of any scoring opportunities. The fielder behind point is a little bit further back, almost to the edge of the circle. So that almost always presents scoring opportunity. And with 3 balls remaining here in over number 22, you might want to see how you can maneuver the situation to get to as close to 100 as possible. Short, played into the leg side, quick single taken again. They've done that a couple of times now, and that's what you want to see from this pair. Doesn't look like 4s and 6s are going to happen in any regularity, really. Just 1 4 struck in the entirety of the innings. And you don't know that you can get that from the bottom order, the lower order if you will. But just picking up those singles alone should get you somewhere in the right range. Ball almost bouncing a second time before it got to the batter. We've seen a few no balls like that again today. That one, I think, just bouncing after the second time after it got past the attempted drive of Zara Melsop. 1 from 6 for Zara Melsop. This should be the last ball of over 22. Off the back foot to backward point. Ooh, run out opportunity. They eventually get one. Bit of a wayward throw. Makes it academic in the end. That is the end of over number 22. 4 runs coming from the over. The score is 75%.
Keep it tight, come on.
One. You can't play it. Okay. Hello.
Wait.
So 75 for 7. Hannah Jane to continue. In fact, that was Hannah Jane who bowled over number 22. So Shulaja Balanatagiri will be rested. And it's going to be Sahasra Gopalakrishnan. Very full. Should have thought for a split second about whether or not to give that as a no ball. But so that's in over number 23 is what you have right now. Here's the next delivery. Looks to pull it away. Not going to be given as leg before. And umpire Conrad Rogers signaling leg by. So that is a number of extras. You don't really hold anyone responsible for a leg by. So that's not an error, a fielding error. But still goes as an extra. So ton of extras, 22 extras in all, 17 of them wides. Sahasra knocks her over, full and straight, and that is the end of Akshara Patibandla. Absolutely full and straight and hitting the middle of middle stump, and that appears to be all she wrote, as they say. For Akshara Patibandla, we'll look to see who the new incoming batter is, but my goodness, things have gotten that much more difficult and gone from bad to worse for the DC Titans, who chose to bat first. I keep saying that. When you choose to bat, you're looking to put something north of 150 on the board. Give the bowler something to aim at. That has not happened so far. At the end of the day with the bat, Pork Sharp at the Bandla. New batter coming to the crease now. They're taking some time to get settled. I think that you'll see that things get more and more difficult this way, or the rest of the way here for the DC Titans. And your
75, right? I think so.
immediate reaction is going to be to look for the ways that you can staunch flow of wickets. Wickets are falling at a much faster rate than you'd be comfortable with.
1 run, 1 wicket, antena?
First of all, it's a lowest value is a dot. It's dot actually. First
Yeah,
ball
first
dot.
ball, that's what. These are confusing.
So
No. He said one. No dot.
1 run, 1 wicket. This is the score. He's just backing up.
Okay. He said that.
There is a dot.
76 for 8. New batter is in. Gets through the keeper yet again. So this is going to be another bye. So Arna, Lakshman Prabhu, Krishna Beni is at the wicket. It's the new batter. And then Zara Melsop is your batter at the opposite end, or was at the opposite end, who will now be on strike. So Zara Melsop, 3 from 9. Struck in the air and in the gap toward deep point. It might come back for 2 here. And they will get there. So that's what you want to see again. Just a little bit of intent. And you put yourself into the position here that it's essentially impossible to extricate yourself from. You're not going to get to the 150 or 140 mark, but can you do something to get yourself in the range of 90 to 95? 76 for 7 before that shot, then you have a couple of runs. So you're now up to 79 for 8. Played into the offside. Oh my goodness, run out opportunity. And not taken. And it's a dot that closes things out in over number 22. Make that over 23. End of 23, the score is 79 for 8.
Use wrong English.
That's taken. No, Sarashtra is not.
Your daughter name ends with Gopal.
Last 2 overs, 79 for 8 is the score. Tossed up, played to short middle wicket, not enough room there to get a single. So you're down to the last 11 balls. Can you do something to manufacture 15 or 16 runs from 11 balls? Batters, Zara Melsop, none from 2. She's at non-striker's end. Arna Krishna Beni with a good-looking shot. Played it to the offside. She did a couple runs here too. That was actually very well struck. And she gets off of the mark with an authoritative drive through extra cover. Don't see that happen often from a batter coming in at number 10. But that's what you saw here from Arna. That's a good-looking shot. She's off the mark, up to 2 from 3. back on strike here, facing up to Advika Subramanian, who's in her last over. 4 wickets on the day, so can she get a 5 for? That is well defended. Arna Lakshman Prabhu, who looks like she's batting on a different pitch from the others, and certainly just her diminutive stature leads me to think that she's much younger than the other players. And she's batting in such a way that indicates that she might deserve a move up the order. Oh, that didn't go where she was looking to play it, but she'll get a run. So you've seen some effort here to, if not generate full-blown momentum the rest of the way, maybe just some, let's call it partway momentum, to generate some effort to maybe look forward to the rest of the tournament in terms of batting. And then this way you start thinking, all right, we do have some runs on the board. Runs on the board does mean something. So you're in the 80s now. That's over the bowler's head. Do you get 2 here? No, you've just gotten 1. But again, you've put yourself in a position where with the last 7 balls of the innings coming up, if you can get 10, get to 12, get 93, 95 runs, and then give your bowler something to aim at the rest of the way. That really would be the thinking the rest of the way. And now the last ball here coming up for the day. Lofted, and she will not get her 5 for it. This is played into the leg side, and they'll get a single. Zara Melsop is at the non-strikers end. She will remain at the non-strikers end because that's a single that closes things out over number 19. The score is 84 for 8.
Is the
So this will be the last over. 24 overs bowled, 84 runs on the board. So scoring at the rate of 3.5 and over. 3.5 and over is well south of what you'd have been looking for. But this last over will be bowled to the number 10 batter, who's showing, I think, more intent than the batters at the top of the order would have been showing. Arna Krishnaveni now up to 5 from 7. Zara Melsop 6 from 12. Zara Melsop now on strike. And
until last wicket, everybody is very good batter. Even the next waiting there is also very good batter.
saying I can't commentate when you are looking at conversations. So Sahasra Gopala Krishnan into the attack to bowl the last over of the innings. Get another wide. There have been a number of those. 18 wides in all today. Looking for the opportunity to pick up a bye here. Again, he picked up a lot of those also. And that presents free opportunities. Again, extras have been the story, really. A major story, if not the story. 87 runs on the board, but of those 87, 24 had been extras, to include 18 wides.
4 more balls.
And so the last 4 balls of the innings, this could have been a really much worse situation for the Titans. Skied down the ground, that's going to be the second boundary. That is a good looking shot, and you absolutely got to hand it to Arna Krishnaveni because she's absolutely grabbing the bull by the horns toward the back end of the innings here. Solid shot, straight down the ground, mid-on and mid-off or inside the circle. So that tells you how much they're expecting the ball to go in that direction. But she did not care, Arna Krishnaveni. playing it down the ground, and then that prompts a move where long on and long off are back on the boundary. So that's a bit of a moral victory here as you get close to the end of the innings. Last 3 balls coming up. Full toss down the ground. Did they push for 2? No, they will not. But again, you're into the 90s now, so psychologically you're in a much better place than you were a couple of overs ago. And maybe if you can find a way to get a 4, 1 more boundary, somehow turn these last 2 balls into 6 runs, then that certainly puts you in a much better situation. Last 2 balls coming up here in the innings. This is against Sahasra Gopalakrishnan, 2 for 16. She's taking a few shots here. Played in the offside, have to go for the run here. The throw coming to the bowler's end. Last ball coming up. What can Arna Krishnaveni manufacture off of this last ball? We'll see what happens within the next 10 or so seconds, because this is the last matchup of this innings. Here's that last ball. Oh, and knocked her over. Just kisses the leg stump. But all that's required is that the bail be knocked off. That is the end of an entertaining innings at the back end of the innings from Arna Krishnaveni. 10 from 9 with a boundary. Hit 1 of just 2 fours struck in the innings. But that is the 9th wicket that goes down, and perhaps it's probably a moral victory that they did not get bowled out. But I don't think the BC Titans will be very happy with the effort put up with the bat today. And again, just looking at the full scorecard, the thing that stands out for me is the extras. 26 with the bat from Aisha Garlapatpi, but the next highest score was extras with 24. And then only at the end that flourished by Arna Krishnaveni is the only other batter in double figures. Also 1, 2, 3 batters who did not trouble the scorers. So that turns out to be, I think, a little bit of a disappointing effort with the bat. So we'll go silent here for the minute. And the Atlanta Super Lions, after a quick drinks break, will be looking to see whether or not they can overcome a target of 94. Be right back.
My phone.
Oh, sorry.
What is the score?
What's the score, guys? Huh?
93.
93
93 for
for
9.
9 in 25 overs.
Yeah, that was the last ball.
Yeah, that was the last ball.
93 for 9 and 25.
Last ball was a wicket. You took it, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm asking the scorer. Scorer. Scorer.
Where's the
The last
fan? I
one
was-
is not counted. It was a wicket.
Yeah, it was a wicket. Thank you.
Where's
Yes,
the
sir.
fan, man? Where's the fan?
I left it in the car.
You left it in the car. Can you
With-
go
with
get
the
it?
AC.
Can you go get it for us, please?
Bring the car here.
Hey, let's switch. I'll go umpire the second innings. You can you commentate.
We'll see. We'll see. Go. I'll happily sit here, right? Please.
Ooh, Lordy.
Now, I will say this. You're talking to a man who lives in Texas. So this feels like November to me. this is nothing.
I was in Houston.
Right.
Boiling.
Welcome to Texas.
Somebody called me to play a match.
To play a match.
Like, I was there to do voice you
Yeah.
for 5 days. Sunday, hey, are you available? Your coach was like, look, I'll come. And I went.
You went?
I went to play, yeah.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Oh, no.
I bowled like I bowled forward. I was like running out of. I was
Yeah.
We finished at 5:02. 5:01.
Given a 10 minutes mark. We need the 10 minutes.
I know.
5:15?
No. 5:11.
5:11. Okay. So they're walking this.
I
see why this ground is slower than that one. Yep. So far they have to walk from. Players have to walk from that more.
Yeah.
So it's a little slow.
And it's also bigger. That is a smaller.
Yeah, ground is bigger, the pitch is more consistent. That is more even. But bigger, wider.
Suddenly, man, morning was really a lot spinning.
Here at least, you know, there's some variable, but not as much. That is crazy variable. I was asking for the other ground, but I don't know how bad that is. So
I've always, actually I've never umpired there. I've umpired only in these three. 1, 2 and 3. So in the morning, that was my first time I did there.
yeah, the ball is stopping.
Yeah,
Everybody is
it
struggling.
was actually.
Everybody is struggling.
It was
to
spinning a
actually-
lot. In
Right.
fact, it was.
So now, before I was thinking of doing semis and finals in that ground, now we're doing it here this one.
But tomorrow you have 2 semis, right?
Tomorrow there's one more game in the morning.
1 in the morning,
Semis
and then
only-
2 semis.
No, only one semis in the evening.
I saw 2.
First one goes to finals. No, the one is like 4 versus 5. It's a ranking game. That we just put it there. That's the inconsequential game.
Oh, so that is just there.
Game is done, right?
No.
No. First innings. We have one more innings to go.
We have game tomorrow as well,
Yeah.
and Monday.
Same time.
Tomorrow and Monday.
Both, yeah. Okay.
Can I get water, please?
You can bring it here. Everybody sit by the other side, right? Okay, I think what happened, like the commentator is getting distressed. Only scorer only. You can sit there. Only
umpire wanted to because they have signal. Yeah, will not. I make sure no one is talking.
the only scorer can be here, but other when if it will they'll talk. It's very not on.
Yeah, got it. The last time I was with you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Then you can stress one. It's fine.
We can do our own comment.
Yeah. Then you know where then it won't show up.
And I have to sit there, right? So
Everybody
scorer.
Everybody scorer is here. Okay. All can sit in front of there.
Who's scoring this one?
I'll be scoring
You, and where will you be sitting?
here.
All right, remember to signal, okay?
Sure. One more from bowling side.
You both can sit nicely here. அவங்களுக்கு there's no issue. Until number and here. You always know where you are. And you can take a towel if you want. You know that is why. Here is where you fight, right?
Yeah, video.
Of course.
Then you know that you got.
I said 1 or 2 last time.
So we'll get to see what we think we're doing.
Exactly.
No.
It makes a big difference. I remember the first time I saw myself umpiring.
No, I've never seen myself.
Good. So he's gonna get you.
I get it. I said
Because the last time the national
in Dallas. Yeah.
So, umpires, moving the scorers back there, they're disturbing him. They're moving back there, but they'll show you taller.
Well, they have to signal though. That's the issue.
So they have a towel. No, we'll do. So make sure you signal. They'll be sitting in the.
Let them sit by themselves so I can see them.
Okay. They're sitting here.
Okay. Let them sit by themselves because.
But one particular, one was good because one particular team, I was actually doubtful about it, but when I went back and saw, I was like very happy.
So you gave it right? Okay, good. So you raised your
was
finger.
a contention.
Yeah.
It was a huge contention.
So you raised
But
your
I
finger,
stuck
you're like,
to my
did I
decision.
get that right?
No, I didn't do all that. I stuck to mine.
Right.
But
I mean, in your
it's still
mind.
in my.
Right, okay.
It happens, right? So, but I left it. Then I wanted to check. I said, I did something. Yes, I did.
Every once in a while, I every once in a while I show up to a minor league match with one of the umpires, and I need to umpire. And so those are a lot. And so afterwards, I would never go back and watch it. Like, I don't want to know if I got it right or not. Because it's too late at that point.
Well, it's less about the decision, it's about your process and your presentation.
Yeah, that's what he's been asking me to do. So I wanted to just check.
People will, I know when I first started umpiring, I used to, I would signal wide and be like this. and so one of the senior umpires was like, I'm going to get a string and tie your arms down. Right? And so I had to work on that. I had to be in the mirror. Why?
Come Brad, let's go. Let's go.
And then I saw myself umpiring in U.S. Open.
Yeah.
Right? And I made a decision. I think I'll make the same decision, but with the wrong one. Right? Based on the information that I had.
Even if it's wrong, your body language will make a bad decision a good one.
Yeah.
You have some umpires who do like this. Even if you're wrong, you can.
Yeah, if you present well.
You have to present yourself in such a way that you're confident.
Yep. Okay.
All right.
Done again.
We haven't done the trophies yet for any of the games. It's stuck at somebody's house. He's like, two hours something. We're going to do tomorrow. We're going to do everything like that. We'll do the same thing as we did in
Yeah. As long as you send me beforehand. So I know what I'm doing.
We have lesser teams, so they're not crazy.
Right.
We have got 10 teams. We have like so many people, so many awards to give.
Right.
Saidi! One second, come here. All right, do the finger. 1, 2, 3, Saidi, come here. I need your login information.
Full openers.
Moksha and Maddie.
Welcome back to field number 3 at the Paramount Sports Complex. Atlanta Super Lions with an impressive bowling display despite a number of extras. Managing to hold the DC Titans, who chose to bat first to 93 runs. 93 for 9 is where they end up, so the DC Titans will have to try to defend 94 runs in 150 balls. The required rate of 3.76. It is very doable. Will it happen? Well, we'll see what happens the rest of the way. Again, when the DC Titans batted, only one batter came to the party. That was Aisha Garlapati, 26, at a strike rate of 50. And it is now going to be up to the bowlers to see if they can at least make this a game. Drag it into the 20th, the 21st, 22nd over is what the thinking would be. So openers are going to be Makshana Maila and Madhurika Sivakumar. Madhurika Sivakumar will take strike, and it's going to be Sahasra Gopalakrishnan. In fact, no, my apologies. The bowler, we'll find out who the bowler is shortly. But we're all ready to go, 94 runs away from victory. Immediately off the mark, throw to the non-striker's end. Umpire Conrad Rogers says, nope. I'll tell you what, thing is going to be very tricky the rest of the way, because you'll see exactly how you go from here. You have to take advantage of the opportunities that present themselves at the same time that you don't want to run the risk of running yourself out or taking any unnecessary risks. And you certainly don't want to put yourself in a position where you're on the back foot. So Makshana Maila, 1 from 1. Madhurika Sivakumar will now take strike. Peel. Umpire Malati Venkataraman is unmoved. Very loud dot ball. By the way, the bowler is Arna Krishnaveni.
Stand up. Keep yourself warm. Walk around.
Arna Krishnaveni bowling from the south end.
Make Anya one down, okay?
Stumping opportunity here. So they're looking to find any way possible to prize out a wicket. You don't mind that they're doing that. I don't think you win this match by just restricting the Super Lions to say 85 for 6. I think you have to bowl them out in order to win. It's difficult to defend 93 runs in a 20 over match. Really almost impossible to defend it in a 25 over match without bowling out the opposition. I'll tell you what, the fielding that you've seen so far is indicative of a team that wants to drag this match as deep as possible. So it's going to be able to pay attention to how they develop, how they provide the opportunities to create chances. You want to create chances, first of all, by bowling dot balls, and then maybe just building some pressure and seeing if pressure can work for you. Played into the offside, no run there. So a single from the very first ball and then 4 straight dots is exactly how you want to start this match. And in the sense that you want to start the match by creating pressure, this is the best way of being able to do it. Last ball coming up here, Arna Krishnaveni bowling a really good over. Bang on target, excellent first over. End of over number 1, the score is 1 without loss.
Towards the right. Towards left left. Towards left left. Towards left left.
I just said no.
Even more. Even more. Even more.
Second over to be bowled by Zara Melsop. Saw her with the bat earlier. Now she's going to be doing it with the ball. 1 run conceded in the first over. Can she continue building this pressure? Going down the leg side, so these are going to be free runs. 2 of them to start with. And the wides, the extras in particular, will essentially take away the pressure unless you follow them up with good deliveries. And so it's going to be very important to her, or for her, Zara Melsop, to find the line outside the line of off stump. You have a short third, really more a deep gully. You have a backward point, you have cover, you have extra cover, mid-off. Those should be the feelers in play here. And that's an overcorrection too far outside the line of off stump. And so 3 runs have scored in this over already. No legal balls bowled yet. Just needing to take a little bit of time here, Zara Melsop, and just find the right line, find the right length. That's exactly where she wants to be, in that area. Just on that off-stump line, drawing the batter forward, making sure that she plays. You want to have these new batters playing the new ball. Chances are it moves around a little bit more. And you want them playing, but you also want them playing your good deliveries. And that's what you just saw from Zara Melsop just now. Again, a good delivery, played down the ground, wanting a single, not there. So she started out with 2 loose deliveries, but the next couple have been in line with what you want from your opening fast bowler. So now you're looking to see how you can capitalize on this. Can you create the opportunity to get a wicket? Do you have a slower ball in your repertoire? It's something to induce a big shot where the batter is playing out in front of herself. What are the chances that you can do that? Appeal for LBW. No, not interested. His umpire, Conrad Rogers. Maybe that one is just a little too straight going down the leg side, but the line for me is important. The length even much more important, because you want this batter to be playing from her front foot, wanting her to be coming forward and playing, because if the new ball moves at all, chances are it can kiss the outside edge and the keeper can be in play. Overcorrection again going down the leg side, so 2 more bonus runs that time. So 5 runs from the over already.
Good running, Maddie, good running.
All 5 of them have been wides. And in fact, with 5 runs from the over being wides and still 2 legal balls to go, I think you're going to find yourself in trouble unless you fix that line like that. That is bang on target, exactly where she wants to be. 2 more deliveries like that to get out of this over. And yes, it's been a little bit expensive, especially with the loose deliveries, but if she's able to somehow turn this around and get a wicket here, get the cat amongst the pigeons, get some fear or maybe some trepidation into the Atlanta Super Lions team, never know what can happen, even defending a below par score. Great delivery again, down on target, just going, squeezing it up outside edge. And 1 ball remaining here in over number 2. Batters again, Madhurika Sivakumar, none from 8. And Mokshana Maila on strike, 1 from 3. Next delivery. Oh, struck right back at the bowler and she's hurt. Oh, that absolutely is going to need to be looked at. Struck firmly and right back at the bowler. Couldn't get the hand up in time. And that is sickening. You don't like to see that happen. We'll go silent here and pray for her safety.
I thought it's a catch actually. So the ball stopped.
Is she okay?
Aishi, stand a little bit back, mom. You're good. There's no third man. That's
Well, best news that can come out of the last several minutes is that Zara Melsop remains on the field. She's now standing at short mid-wicket. Never want to see anyone get injured, but in the context of that injury, it is good to know that she is good enough to be on the field, remain on the field. And so 2 overs in the books, 6 runs on the board. Her full driven back to the bowler herself. This is going to be Arna Krishnaveni continuing. Ball the first over. Now bowling over number 3, Zara Melsop's first over. Melsop's first over going for 5 runs. All 5 of those runs were extras, were wides. Consecutive deliveries played right back to the bowler herself, no run. So doesn't sound like a whole lot 88 runs, and you're only needing to score at the rate of less than 4 and over to win. But if you get a couple of wickets, you never can tell what happened. Consecutive deliveries, full and straight, all three driven into either back to the bowler in the offside. So you've done well to restrict runs. You've not necessarily conceded anything, or you haven't conceded anything off the bat, and then no extras. So that's important. Keep doing that, and you might create some pressure. This is bouncing over the top for me. LBW appeal turned down. But again, 4 straight dots. Excuse me, and that pressure continues to build. And I say pressure continues to build. It's not a tremendous amount of pressure. There's only another 88 runs needed to defend. Even though the current run rate is 2.25, you only need to score at the rate of 3.94 to win. So in theory, it's a pretty straightforward ask. Oh, struck in front again. Umpire Malaki Venkat has been asked a lot of questions, but good umpiring, thinking about it long enough to adjudicate and then shaking your head no. Now the last ball coming up here in over number 3.
I love the energy. Keep it up, keep it up.
It's now going to be the last ball in over number 3. What I like hearing is that among those leading the chairs on the field is Zarmel Stop. A maiden over in over number 3. Excellent bowling by Arna Krishnaveni. End of 3, 6 out lost.
Uncle, score தெரியுமா?
Check if Arna can bowl one more.
That's alright. Spinner strike rate important.
No, towards you.
Now we have to turn this because it's going to hit the tent. So let's just turn the tent more on both sides. Or you know,
That's it. Keep it on the stumps. Keep it on the stumps. Let's do the magic.
So starting over number 4, and again the best news there is that Zara Melsop is bowling her second over. Took a shot to the face from that return catch opportunity from the last ball of her first over. So really good to see that she's still out there. On the leg side here though, so you want to make sure that the keeper's work has to be with the balls coming off the edge as opposed to being athletic to dive down the leg side to save wayward delivers. Scoring rate 3.98 is what you require. Scoring now at 2.21. Plays back to the bowler herself, no run. And your probability of winning this match if you're the Atlanta Super Lions, I would say relatively high. If you ask me for a win predictor, my number would probably be 68% for the Atlanta Super Lions. But your opportunities will increase with each boundary and they will decrease with any wickets. And they'll also increase if you keep bowling wides. So that is another loose delivery going down the leg side. Something else that needs to be taken care of. Just want to make sure that you get the opportunities solidified to build pressure. You're not going to build any pressure when you're bowling loose deliveries. And whenever possible, you have to try to take care of that. Drop into extra cover. Keeper is where they go, but really not a lot of opportunity for run out there. So you want to make sure that you capitalize on these chances. The singles are allowing themselves to be scored. And you've also been helped out a lot. 2 singles and then 7 wides already. So a long way to go, but this really does feel that unless the loose deliveries, particularly the wides, are cleaned up, it's only an academic matter as opposed to wondering who's going to win. So you're down to the last 2 balls here in over number 2. Make that over number 4. Your second over being bowled by Zara Melsop. Short delivery. She may consider herself lucky there. There's not a lot of bounce and carry in the wickets, so I don't know that it makes much sense for you to bowl that length. Really about the only thing that happens when you bowl that length is that you have the opportunity for the ball to bounce a second time before it gets to the keeper. And that obviously, before it gets to the batter, and that obviously would be a no ball. I've seen a number of those today, particularly in the earlier match. That's the better length. Oh, almost chopped it onto her leg stump. That is a good ball. That's exactly what she needs to be doing the rest of the way. And from that length, that awkward height, she's a tall bowler herself, and so she gets the ball in the right areas and can generate some disconcerting bounce. End of over number 4, 3 runs coming from it. The score is 9-0 loss. Starting over number 5, penultimate over the power play.
You want to push that run rate to 6. Let's go, let's
This
do that.
is going to be Anna Krishnaveni continuing.
That's okay, that's okay.
Just to look at the bowlers.
You got it, girl.
Advi. Advi.
DC Titans.
Advika. Advika. Come here.
Anna Krishnaveni opening the bowling. Actually the 4th ranked bowler in the side. Squeezed out outside edge. Good piece of feeling at backward point. So Arna Krishnaveni, 3 matches, 2 innings before this one, 5 overs bowled total, conceded 23 runs and taken 2 wickets, best bowling at 2 for 10. Impressively 17 dot balls and an economy rate of under 5. So she's a really good bowler, good enough to be the 4th best bowler in the side.
You got it, Mox. You got it, Arna. Just like that, just like that.
Unfortunately, being economical is not sufficient in this match because her economy rate of 4.6 is well ahead or above the required rates, which as of this stage, after a couple of dots here, is 4.1. So needing to keep them to under 4.1 in order to win. And I think you do that by taking wickets. So that's why I suggested earlier, if there's such a thing as a slower ball that will induce the batter playing out in front of itself, easily could be something that you go for. This is catchable. I tell you what, not out. And that easily could have been a catch up mid-on, short mid-on. two fielders in that position, almost in a straight line. So I don't know that that field setting makes a lot of sense. But in any event, either one, I think, was within the same area code up that ball and could potentially have taken a catch. But it lands safely, and she lives to fight another day. Makshana Mala. Pressure building now. Makshana Mala 2 from 12. And Madhurika Sivakumar none from 17. And so absolutely, look at this. Run out opportunity, a direct hit, and she's gone. She had the one stump to aim at from square of the wicket at the non-strikers, and the fielder picks up underhands and hits that one stump. And so painful innings, painful start to the match, to the innings by the Atlanta Super Lions. First innings partnership is broken. Makshana Mila it is who's run out 2 from 12. Madhurika Sivakumar still at the crease, none from 17, or no runs scored from 17 balls faced. And all of a sudden, the wicket that you're looking for has fallen. Atlanta Super Lions are 9 for 1.
I don't understand what you're speaking. That's half CSK, man. Half CSK. I'm like an alien here. Which is very rare. Very rare. Which is very rare. Very rare that like we usually Telugu, right? Now it's same Zara.
So 6 overs will be bowled after this one. It's going to be the last over of the power play. And again, really good to see that Zara Melsop is good enough to be playing after having taken that fierce drive off of her, what appears to be her face. Into bowl over number 6 on the leg side yet again. Paddles it around the corner, attempts to paddle it around the corner. 2 runs.
Come on, Zara, control the extras. Come on, Zara.
So each time that you have those wides, it reduces the deficit. And oh, look at this. Zara Melsop comes right back after having conceded the wides, gets the middle stump, knocked back the middle stump of Anya Tyagi. And that makes a big difference because that's what you want. You want wickets. Once again, you don't get 10 wickets without first getting 2. And you are now into the middle order. 9 for, make that 11 for 2 is the score.
Girls, let's go. Eleven of short. I thought it was 6 overs. Goal is 10 overs, under 20. Try. Push your fielders, push your bowlers. Nidhi.
Well, this just got a little bit more interesting. 11 for 2 is the score. 2 new batters at the crease. Neither batter at the crease has faced the ball. Ninanchia Nantakumar is going to be on strike. Anya Tyagi at the non-strikers end. Neither has faced the ball. And here is our Melsop. In the air, over the top of the fielder, backward square for 4.
Very good.
So she's flirted with danger for her entire spell, Zara Melsop. And a number of those deliveries have gone down the leg side and given us wides, rightly so. But this one, straight enough to be, I think, a judge wide had that shot not been played, but also close enough to the batter that she could power it away. So that's a gift to start out the day with the bat for Ninanchia Nantakumar. And she'll want to get many more of those. Deficit now 79. Score 15 for 2 opportunities now start to slip because if you don't contain the extras, then this becomes academic. Next delivery, again down the leg side, again paddle around the corner. Much more defensive feel this time, a deep square or deep backward square leg in position. He's able to cut that one off. You don't want to have a fielder in that position, but can't see that the bowlers have established the line or the control over the line that would make the captain not have to feel like that was a necessity. 3 balls remaining here in over number 3, make that over number 6, third one being bowled by Zara Meltsop. Here is ball number 4. Solidly in defense. And then Ananta Kumar, 4 from 2 with a boundary. 4 from 3 with a boundary. Let's see where we end up here, but just again, I think the chance is there for you to win this game. Oh my goodness, down the leg side. Another wide. Again, I think it may just be a stroke of luck that was not a judge and no ball, because it came very close to bouncing a second time before it got to Anya Tiagi. Apologies, earlier I said it was she attacked Anya Tiagi's on strike. Let's see how Zara Meltsop can control these deliveries, these last 2 critically important. Good ball. That's exactly where you want to be. And last ball. Nope, that is the end of the over. So good close to the over after having conceded. There was just a little bit of conversation as to whether or not it was the end of the over. But by right, the umpire has already called over, so whether or not that was right is immaterial. You don't go back and change your call after you've already called over if you're the umpire. So rightly so, I think the decision is meant to keep going. So that is the end of the power play. Power play 17 for 2. At the end of this over number 6, end of the power play, the DC Titans had 20 runs on the board. So talk about the fact that 94 is not necessarily a very big target. But, my goodness, it really does bear repeating that few wickets get you back in this game, because at the equivalent stage in their innings, the DC Titans only had 20 runs on the board. You are within range, just 3 runs less than the DC Titans had in their innings, but you're staying within range. And if you're the DC Titans, you tell yourself, we are actually ahead of the game at this stage. So cut the wide balls out, get ourselves in a position where we bowl several dot balls, several balls that don't get scored off of, and then see what happens. So we'll see what happens here the rest of the way. Things become very difficult for you if you're bowling extras, but it appears as though right now you're looking to see how you can gain control over this game. So 8 runs coming from the previous over. 8 runs and a wicket. This is now Sai Nikita Kaluri into the attack. Single off the first ball. So first bowling change. Sai Nikita Kaluri is the bowler. So we just go with Nikita Kaluri. And Nikita Kaluri bowling from the southern end of the ground, bowling now to Ninanshia Nantakamara, 6 from 3. And yet Tiagi at the non-striker's end. Defended. And the run. So you want to start out with dots, and then hopefully in your mind anyway, see if you can convert some of those dots to wickets. In the air. Oh, almost a spectacular catch taken at mid-on. Second run is on. They get the second run, or do they? Yes, they do get the second run. Powerfully struck. Almost a catch. Not able to hold on to it, but then interesting opportunity for a wicket at the non-strikers end from the run out, and they eventually get there. So a few things are happening in your favor here, the DC Titans, wanting to make sure that you can try in some way possible to prize out a wicket. So the last 3 balls coming up here, over number 7, 20 runs on the board, 74 remaining. Good ball. 2 balls remaining here in over number 7. Again, if we follow the pattern from earlier, maybe a water break at either the 11 or 12 over mark. Earlier we said that there was a lot of sun, a lot of clouds around, but the sun is out in full force, and we don't anticipate any interruptions for weather the rest of the way. This is going to be yet another opportunity to go by. So 1 ball remaining here in over number 7. Field changes. Here is the last ball over number 7.
Well done, Nina. Well done. Well done.
Dead ball
That's
signaled.
good. That's good.
Dead ball signaled here by umpire Malati Venkataraman. Last ball of over number 7.
Well done, Nino.
Slapped into the covers. Just 1 run. 5 runs come from over number 7. Good pressed over from Nikita Kaluri, but they need wickets for DC Titans. Score after 7 is 22 for 2. So 7 overs in the books. 22 for 2 is your score. 72 runs needed in 18 overs. So 4 runs and over is what you need the rest of the way. And this is going to be change in bowling. Mahita Josula bowling over number 8. now to a pair that is just now starting to try to build a partnership. Oh, a beautiful leg before and gone. Very slow through the air. The ball did not come through at the pace she was expecting. And she plays a cross-batted shot. The ball is actually dipping as it got to her. Going to have to play forward to those as opposed to going across the line. That is wicket number 3. Again, you don't take 10 wickets without first taking 1, then 2, then 3. I think you've seen evidence of it here, that if you apply yourself and get the ball in the right areas and do not bowl any loose deliveries, you can make a game of it. Once again, I think the odds are on Super Lions winning this match. The ball did not bounce very much. And Tiagi is now at the wicket by herself. New batter coming in, because that is the end of Minanchi and Antakumar. So let's see what happens from here. 1 wicket or 1 delivery into over number 8, and you already have a wicket. Let's see what happens the rest of the way here. New batter in Shruti Suresh Kumar. And Mahita Jasiula has wickets in mind. This is tapped around the corner. There's that defensive position we talked about earlier. Very defensive. The only reason you put a fielder in that spot is because you're too concerned about the ball being sprayed down the leg side. 71 needed from 106 balls. Required rate 4.02. Bigger issue here. 3 wickets are down, and you're going to want to fix that. And if you put yourself in the position of taking wickets, then it can happen. Oh, run out opportunity here. Tell you what, the fielder fielding that ball at short mid wickets. It struck pretty firmly. She did not know where it was for the first few seconds, but ball didn't ricochet far enough away to generate a wicket. The Atlanta Super Lions losing wickets regularly. 1 at 9, 1 at 11, and now 1 at 22. Here's next delivery. Good ball. It goes past the keeper. That will be painful because that was a very good delivery and really should not have conceded any runs. See what happened here.
Vainavi, madam. Vainavi.
Here's the next delivery coming up. Just got to buy that time, so tossed up. Ooh, tell you what, she's winding up for the big shot. Eventually saw that the ball wasn't quite there for the shot, and then decided to check it.
Watch it, Shruti, you got it!
Shruti Suresh Kumar, 1 from 1. Ania Tiaga, 3 from 9. Look at 2 balls remaining here. See whether or not you could possibly put yourself in a position to take another wicket. Full toss. Oh, that was very close to being a no ball.
You got it, just watch it, girl, just
Ball was
watch it!
dipping as it got to the batter. Inside edge also. So umpire Malati Venkat thinking that this is probably just dipping below waist height. So 2 runs from the over, 2 runs and a wicket off the very first ball. So certainly you fought and you're coming back into this game. Still, odds-on favorite to win this match for me is scores 24 for 3 after 8.
8 over 24 for 3.
Nikita, continue.
So over number 9, about to be bowled. 70 needed in 17 overs. Powered to mid-on and gets through mid-on, so they'll get a second run, or will they? Throw coming to the non-strikers and not a very good throw. Ends up they get the second run easily. So defending a below par total, cannot afford any fumbles, cannot afford any miscues in the field. You have to bowl accurately and feel like tigers. And I don't think that that was evidence of what you just saw. In the meantime, it's going to be Nikita Kaluri to continue, I believe. Confirm that shortly, but I believe this is who's bowling this over. There she is. In the same direction. This time, again, fumbled at mid-on. And providing an opportunity for a run. So little by little, you're whittling your way toward the target. 29% of the way there, 67 runs needed from a target of 94. So you have 27 runs against your name. You're looking to see how exactly you can find a way to get runs and consistently get runs. 5-run partnership. This pair just wanting to start their innings. 5 from 10 for Anityagi, Shruti, Suresh Kumar 1 from 3. And you're wanting to make sure that you still put yourself in a better position than you were when you're in that position here. Pull away into the deep. This is Zara Melsop down at the boundary. But again, runs essentially coming along at a pretty straightforward rate. Singles would be all that you need. Skied.
Shot. Keep on running,
Going down toward the boundary. They've got a couple of runs. And there's 2 more to the good. So you're getting to the point where you're starting to think, okay, do they get themselves in a position of fighting back? Do they get themselves, despite the wobbles, do they finally take control of this game? And speaking of taking control, I have been talking by myself for the last, I don't know, several hours, but I am happy to be joined here in the commentary area by a young man who will introduce himself immediately after this ball and tell everybody what he's doing here, because this is going to be an interesting close to this innings. It's 30 for 3 is the score. 2 balls remaining here at over number 9. That is a wide ball. 1 more run to the good. Sir, introduce yourself.
I'm Sri Mogula. I'm the volunteer zonal coordinator for the South Atlantic Zone, coming from Washington DC area. And we brought a DC Titans team to participate in this tournament. And these girls coming from different academies and age groups, anywhere from 11 to 15, or like even 16, 17 years old up to 17 years old. And it's purely formed based out of passion from all these parents, and we came together, and it's a very good atmosphere here in terms of seeing these natural turf fields. And thank you to NWCL organizers having such a beautiful field for these girls to play on the natural turf, where we did not get much opportunity to play on the Washington DC area.
That ball, in fact, they run for a quick single. So a single closes things out at the end of over number 9, 32 for 3. So you have direct responsibility for the DC Titans. So I'll ask you first a question about this match, and then a broader scope question about cricket in the DC area. With regard to this match, batting first, 93 runs on the board. What's the comfort level with that?
Oh, definitely. In the previous game, we were able to defend 106, and which means we are in a good position right now.
You have them right where you want them.
Yeah, definitely. So we have that confidence, we can easily defend 93.
Interesting, because at the start of the innings, the required rate was 3.76. Even having bowled a lot of extras, 13 extras to include 11 wides, the required rate is actually going up. So to the point that you're making, your bowlers, even though they've sprayed it around a little bit, are keeping themselves in the game, and according to you, you probably think you have them right where you want them.
Exactly, right way. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we could have probably restricted a little more in terms of the extras. That's what we did not intend to. But otherwise, I think we're in good shape.
So, broader picture, I assume there are no facilities in the DC area where you have 6 cricket grounds, all turf wickets, all with the ability to host a tournament of this magnitude. So tell me about the environment playing cricket in the DC area. What are the challenges? What are the advantages?
So for women cricket, from the women cricket perspective, definitely we have an advantage in terms of having the girls, where we can form 4 girls teams, playing every weekend against themselves, which I believe none of the other cities or areas have that kind of setting, which is definitely an advantage from the setting perspective, having those many number of girls. But from playing on the natural turf, definitely it's a disadvantage, where we come into these tournaments and we see definitely girls struggle, at least in the first couple of games, getting used to that pitches.
So surfaces that you play on in DC are artificial, concrete with AstroTurf?
Exactly.
Okay. How much of a step up is it for the girls when they get to tournaments like this? In other words, what are the challenges? Yes, you're not accustomed to the ball turning. Maybe it doesn't come onto the bat as well as you expect. How do the girls make that adjustment?
It's just that, it's a little low on the confidence side when they go into bat. And the ball coming low, it's very difficult, as I said, in the first couple of games. But then they're just adjusting themselves, going at a little lower strike rate, just to get into the game. And then, the later on whoever comes in is taking that strike and getting better at it. But otherwise, I think no secret in that.
Tell me about your own cricket journey. What led you to the point where you now have the position that you do in you said the South Atlantic, right?
South Atlantic zone. So I do not have any cricketing background.
Let me stop and interrupt you. If you say you've not played internationally, maybe we can say yes. You obviously have a rich cricketing background, so tell me about your actual background.
Oh, you mean my career and my...
Absolutely.
So, same thing. I haven't played cricket. It's even if I played, it was a gully cricket.
Gully cricket counts! I tell people this, the first time I actually bought real cricket equipment is when I moved to this country. So...
Yeah, it's a gully cricket, but I do not have any professional career as such.
Sure.
But my daughter brought me into the cricket.
Okay.
So she started about 3 years ago now. And then she started playing in boys games.
Who's your daughter?
Sakiti Mugula.
Okay.
And then, we thought, it was going well playing in boys games, but then again, for them, it's not the setting where they want to be in. So that's where I, saw an opportunity along working with other parents in our area to have something on our own, where girls can play against themselves, where they get their own roles and their own, having fun in those environments. So that's when, since last July, and in fact, NWCL was the first travel tournament for us to go to St. Louis last year.
Okay.
That's when it kicked off the idea of like having our own environment and then having the tournament. And we also established Capital Women Cricket League in the DC area last October, and the second edition is happening in October. So that's my journey, like how my daughter brought into the cricket and how I'm trying to along support with some other parents, trying to develop the cricket, women's cricket in the DC area.
So Capital Women's Cricket League, how many teams, how many players?
So last year we had 6 teams.
You have 6 teams in a league that is just for women.
Just for women, that is correct. And
Amazing.
they're coming from one team from Atlanta, one team from New Jersey, 2 teams from New Jersey, and then 3 DC teams last year. But this year we are planning to have 6 teams, 2 from DC and 4 from different cities. And the inspiration was again, NWCL was our inspiration to start with, where we established our own league.
Talk about that, because without turning this into anything controversial, we've had, let's say, varying results with regard to putting on tournaments at the national level. But NWCL, I personally know from having known Ranjit for over a decade. Oh my goodness, there's a couple of no balls, both of which are above head height. And the question to be asked is, will she be removed from the attack? I want to see exactly what the call is here. But, as I was saying, having known Ranjit himself for over a decade, and talk about how important it is to have individuals promote cricket, and particularly women's cricket, in such a way. And if you live in a country where old fat guys are the ones who play cricket, and they go play cricket on Sundays and they go back home and they don't do anything with it till the next Sunday. How important is it to have people who drive the development of cricket in that way?
Definitely very important. And often, in my 2-3 years of journey, I found few individuals, and definitely Ranjit is one of them, where along with him Sudhakar and others, where they helped us a lot in the last year through our developing the cricket in our area, both from the pathway perspective, from the USK pathway perspective, and also from the perspective of having private tournaments, private leagues, and the games that we have in our area. It's very important. Otherwise, going into the boys' games and then not having their own setup, it's difficult. And Ranjit and others, it's very important to have those individuals in where they can guide us, people like me who doesn't have much experience in this, to take it forward.
What is, if you were to be completely optimistic, what is the top level of cricket potentially in this country for women? At the men's level, you have MLC, and that is, as of right now, the top level. In fact, I don't know that you can get higher than MLC, where men are professionals being played or paid, the best of them, over $100,000 a year to play for the 1-month tournament, to play in that tournament. What is the potential highest level of cricket for women in this country?
You mean from the USA cricket pathway perspective, or from the
from if you were to just dream, take away all the potential roadblocks in your mind, and just think, with the talent that you see as you play in these tournaments, what is the best that could happen for women's cricket in this country?
I mean, having something similar set up like MLC, right, for the girls, maybe a Premier League like WPL and higher, where they can see, the girls can see cricket as a career, because right now it's a little demotivating in terms of choosing between academics and cricket, but having cricket as a career, where MLC or probably higher than that, I would say, where they can choose that as a career, and that can give them financial freedom in the process, that they can play, that gives them fun. I think it's something that I can dream of.
Cricket in the Olympics 2028.
Yeah.
Again, let's ignore the elephant in the room that says that things aren't very clean at the national level right now, governance-wise. But let's just take that off the table for a second. How well can the women do in the Olympics in 28?
I mean, I always
Big wicket there. You heard the edge from here. You might be a prophet. That is wicket number 4.
yeah, that's what you might have heard the pause because I was also looking at that wicket. Which wicket is that? So it's definitely a big wicket.
That's a big wicket. So that is that Shruti or is it Anya?
Should be Shruti.
Shruti. So Shruti 3 from 11. Anya is now strikers and 11 from 18. The score is 38 for 4 into over number 11. Over number 11. Yeah. Okay, so we'll get back to that game in a minute. Go back to your answer.
Sure. So we were at Olympics.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. Like as I keep hearing from several parents and several individuals who have been in the cricket for several years. We always tell where women would get the World Cup sooner than the men for USA. So talking about that, I mean definitely in Olympics, I'm pretty sure. I mean based on what we have seen in the U19 World Cup, where girls did really well. I'm sure in Olympics will get to the highest level.
So dwell some more on that point because I think it's an important one. Realistically, it's going to be a quarter of a century or more before the US can consistently compete with, say, India or England. Realistically, USA women are much closer in terms of talent and in terms of potential to the top teams in the world right now. So how much of a motivating factor do you think that might be in helping these women to understand the top edge of their game?
I don't know. I mean, I cannot say much about it.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, I can only, I mean, as you said, it's definitely a challenge to play against teams like those, and especially what I've seen for the girls over here is not getting enough time as much as they play in India or England.
Sure.
Right. I mean, it's almost like every day, and then after school. So for these girls, I think having more time into cricket probably could be of help.
Very interesting. So getting back to this match, you're through over number 11, 38 for 4. I don't know what just happened over here, but this sounds like they just won the World Cup. So 38 for 4, by the way, this gigantic facility that we're talking about, there are a number of different tournaments going on here as we speak. USA men's U15 nationals are taking place. NWCL women are taking place, and then I'm pretty sure there's also local games going on here. So all of that going on at this great facility. If you all have never been here, come on out and watch it. But back to this game. 38 for 4 after 11. Another 84 balls to get 56 runs, 6 wickets in hand. Where's your money? Is your money still with your team?
Of course. Of course. I mean, we are not looking at the runs at this time. We are looking at the wickets, where we can close them soon. I think in terms of the run rate, 56 of 84, I mean, it's chaseable, but if you look at the wickets, that's where we are targeting.
Well, of your bowlers, who is most likely to pick up wickets?
Definitely our mainstream bowler is bowlers Nidhi Chuka and Anahita Mohan, which for this game we saved them for a reason, which they will come in.
So say the names again.
Nidhi Chuka and Anahita Mohan.
So Nidhi Chuka and Anahita Mohan.
And Aradhya Kaushal is another girl who took 3 wickets in the last game. And she just, as you see on the screen, she just bowled 1 over. So I think now it's going to start to bring in the main bowlers.
So this is the cat playing the mouse, in other words.
Yep.
So the cat toying with the mouse, and you're going to go for the kill.
Yep.
Wow. Amazing. So, you talked about the fact that your ladies don't always play on turf and there's an adjustment. But is there a similar adjustment to the other teams that are playing in this tournament also?
For the other teams?
No, whereas the batters right now are facing up to bowling that they don't necessarily see on the pitches that they're playing on right now.
Right. I think for other teams, I think they might have similar problems as well. But I mean, the team that they are playing right now is from Atlanta. So I don't know how much opportunity they get to play on these pitches.
Sure.
But they are not too far. Like, if they want to come in and then practice or play on the weekends. Again, affordability is one of the questions again. It's not easy to maintain these tough pitches, and talking about that, finding the sponsors to have, pay these rents, it's something it's challenging for everybody. So that's where we focus more on playing on the AstroTurf, which is more economical and easier access.
Easier access indeed. Okay, so from what I understand from people playing in the Northeast, say for example New York, there is a regulation as to how low the grass can be cut. I know that's the case in New York. Is that the case in DC also?
Oh yeah, you brought up a good point. It is, and it's where on the weekends when we play these games, it's like not playing cricket. It's more like playing your baseball.
It's forcing you to hit the ball in the air. I don't get that.
In the air, and they get frustrated to play on those outfield, and then they try to hit boundaries, and that's when they get out, which is not a good practice for them in terms of playing on such fields. And that's where as I was mentioning earlier, we established an organization within the DC for women, specifically something Capital Women Cricket Association. It's basically for that purpose, where we can build that infrastructure where we can afford to have these girls play more on those good pitches and good outfields.
First of all, I live in Texas, so I'm very spoiled. Prairie View is about the size of this facility, but the grass is cut to the size of my beard, and that tells you, and your beard, and that tells you how much is cut.
Yeah.
And there is very little to prevent the players from keeping the ball on the ground and teaching proper cricket habits. And I'd love if in your part of the country that was exactly what happens also. Okay, end of over number 12. They're taking a water break. 2 runs come from that over. 54 needed in the next 7 to 8 balls. Last comment from you, sir. Who's going to win this game?
Of course, DC Titans. I'm very clear on that. Based on what we had the performance in the morning game, definitely I'm looking forward. But the other team, they bowled really well, Atlanta Super Lions, and I'm amazed to see how they bowled, which we weren't expecting. How they restricted us. We were targeting a little more than what we wanted to see.
Best of luck as we almost get hit by the ball.
Thank you so much.
And we'll see what happens the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Good talking to you.
Thank you. Same here.
Yeah!
Is it no? It's always wrong.
Yeah.
We can get you. Just come water here. I had one more. No, we don't have it.
Yeah!
You were saying 5,
51 runs needed and 13 overs.
Yeah, still you can keep the wickets.
51 runs needed in 13 overs.
Kishan,
94 to win. 94 to win.
I gave one there. I'll get one more. Hey, she has one. You can take it there.
That confident?
I'll get it. I have more games. You want more games?
No point of match and getting out. Usually achievable target. Achievable target. Achievable target. Only thing, batsman should rotate and there's no point hitting in the air then if you do another
Alright, come on.
They were 33 at that stage.
yeah, right. 1 hour 33 there.
They were 33. They are 40.
But the girl came last time. Why is he playing? Not that you have to play. Don't worry about anything.
Because they did not remain in the top one. He also got out in
At the same time, oh, this is
I get that. I understand that. Okay, guys, let's go.
Same Aradhya.
Back here at the Palmvere Sports Complex, in what is turning into a pretty interesting match. You heard the words of Sri Mugula just now. He is convinced that his DC Titans are going to defend 54 in the next 7 to 8 balls. 40 for 4 is your score. Anya Tiagi 12 from 23. Shubi Bangwal 1 from 3. And this is turning into a really interesting match. The required rate sneaking downward from after having been increasing for a while, hovering right now around 4 runs and over. Stumping opportunity. Umpire Conrad Rogers says no. So looking here, the required rate somewhere around what you'd probably not be very comfortable with. But you also know that you have 6 wickets in hand, and if you just bat properly and normally, in theory, you should get there.
You got it, Anya. Watch and play. You're doing good.
41 for 4 is actually the score. Looking at where you are now, 53 needed in 12.4. First ball of this over actually was a single, so just wanting to make sure that we get that solidified. 53 needed in the next 76 balls. And if you are the Atlanta Super Lions, you want for there to be distance between those two. And of course, distance between those two numbers is your worst enemy. Stumping opportunity, still no. She's very quick behind the stumps. Wicketkeeper Aisha Galaparte is really fast, really quick hands. Not quite MS Dhoni fast, but not too far off.
Watch the ball on you, that's it.
Couple of stumping opportunities. Luckily for her, the batter, her foot has remained inside the crease, but she's tried a couple of big swipes, which tells me that the pressure is getting to the batting side. The Atlanta Super Lions wanting to end this game in a couple of lusty blows, and I think singles alone will get you the victory in this game. So Anetiagi 12 from 25, maybe just showing some signs of feeling the pressure. Short, played back to the bowler, no run. By the way, this is Aradia Kaushal who is bowling. Aradia Kaushal bowling over number 13. Played on the leg side. Run out opportunity is not going to be there. Oh, a direct hit. That's a good piece of fielding. But did well enough to be able to get grounded in at the non-striker's end. So you get a single here. That puts you in a position now. Just 2 balls remaining in over. In fact, 1 ball remaining in over number 13. Past the halfway point in terms of the runs needed, in terms of the balls remaining, I mean. Not quite there for the balls needed, the runs needed. That one turning past the off stump. Really good looking delivery. Passing the off stump as well as going past the outside edge. Interesting over. Really interesting. And I'll tell you that this game is actually on a knife's edge. 2 runs coming from the over. The score is 42 for 4.
That's what I mean. What's the bowler name?
Bowler name!
Anushka. Niska.
42 for 4 is the score. 52 needed in 72 balls. And down the leg side, 51 needed in 72 balls. So partnership doesn't sound like much, but it is actually the biggest partnership in the innings so far. Currently at, oh, sorry, I apologize, I got that wrong. But going back to where you are now, the biggest partnership in the innings was for the 4th wicket. That was 16. That was broken. But this partnership is just now starting to be built. And it feels like it's less about the runs that are needed. You've probably heard the representative from the South Atlantic say that earlier, Sri Magula. It's less about the runs that are remaining and more about the wickets. If you take wickets, you win this game. If you don't, you lose it. I think it's pretty much that simple. Because as of now, the required rate is 4.25.
Well played.
You get to 4.25 and over, you win this game. But my goodness, you're going to have that required rate shoot upward if you're not able to restrict the batting or restrict the good bowling that you're seeing from the DC Titans. Take a look at what this looks like shortly, but my goodness, this is going to be a situation where you have to do something different here. Big wave and a miss. Things Things are getting more and more difficult. I believe that Nishka Ramaneni is one who was identified earlier as one of the primary bowlers. See exactly how Nishka can handle things the rest of the way. Nishka Ramaneni ranked as the 5th best bowler statistically in the tournament, at least for her team. Started out with a wide here, but everything else has been bang on target. Economy rate is 3.4, which is just absolutely insane. An economy rate of 3.4 puts you in pole position for winning this match, because if you restrict the opposition to less than 4 runs and over the rest of the way, essentially you win this game. There it is again, that's well bowled, and again a dot ball, and this is where the pressure starts to build. And once you have that pressure build, that's where things start happening. The required rate becomes something that you have to be cognizant of, and you become more and more in tune with the situation, but this is clipped away into the leg side. Should just be 1. I hear somebody saying run for 2. Under no circumstances could that have been 2. That is the end of a really good over, just 3 runs coming from it. 49 runs needed in the last 15 overs. I'm sorry, the last 66 balls. It's going to be very, very tricky all the way down. Boy, I will tell you that it's going to come down to the wire. It feels like it's going to come down to the wire. Stay tuned. Atlanta Super Lions are 49 for 4. Take that 45 for 4.
Run a ball, Shibi, you got it, doing well.
Boy, good for leg before, not given, but what really is the story there is that the leg being stuck in the way prevented that from being a wide. It really should have been a wide. It was too much down the leg side. And unfortunately for Shubi Bangwal, she had her front foot in the way, and that prevented the ball from passing behind her. So a dot ball where it should have not been a dot ball. This is played to short mid-wicket. Look at this. A couple of dots. So the dot balls are starting to pile up. Shubi Bangwal 3 from 11. 3 from 12 now after that dot. Anya Tiagi 14 from 28. And this is continuing to be difficult for the Atlanta Super Lions. 3 straight dots to start over number 15.
Come on, Shibi, we need runs, come on.
We're about to get down to the last 10 overs and 3 balls of this match. And with 4 wickets in hand, it really does feel like it could go either direction at this stage. Pull to short mid-wicket, well fielded. They are bowling to their field. They are doing everything that they need to do with the ball. The DC Titans, they're confident that they can defend these low scores, and they've certainly looked like doing that so far. Not a lot off the bat in terms of big hits. Just 1 boundary struck in this innings. Straight to short extra cover. It is Zara Melsop who stumbles a little bit, but still is able to get that ball back in. I'm sorry, that is not Zara Melsop. Different fielder, but the result is still the same. Able to field it at short extra cover. And so now this is the last ball. If this is a dot, it becomes a maiden. Straight back to the fielder, wanting a single there, not going to be getting it. And that is a maiden in over number 15. Absolutely brilliant stuff. That is the end of over number 15. The score remains 45 for 4.
Anya, go for it. We need more runs. Go for it. Come on.
Run a ball at least, minimum.
So all of a sudden, the required rate is up to almost 5.
We need 7 runs this over.
And you might just be able to
7
hear
runs and over. You got
the
it.
teammates of the 2 batters in the middle. They have put on 7 runs together, but it's 7 runs at a glacial rate. 3 from 15 for Shubi Bangwal, 14 for 28 from 28 for Anya Tiagi. It's going to be again Niksha Ramaneni. Swipe and a miss.
Just watch it on your watch.
Become difficult. Anya Tiagi been there longer, 14 from 28, so she's feeling the pressure. How much now falls on her shoulders because that required rate has essentially skyrocketed in the last few overs. Ideal delivery again from Nishka Ramaneni. Couple of dots to start over number 16. That's 8 consecutive dots. And in fact, of the last 13 deliveries that have been bowled, make that 14. 13 have been dots, and that number 14 knocks back the middle stump of Anya Tiagi. She is dismissed. 5 wickets are down now, and the pressure really is on the Atlanta Super Lions. So the point I started to make is that the dot balls are piling up. The last over saw all dots. It was a maiden. Before that, you had a single off the first ball, and then 4 dots, and then another single. But apart from that, you've not had anything off of the bat in a really long time, and the pressure is starting to show on the Atlanta Super Lions. 45 for 5, with 3 balls remaining here at over number 16. So the new batter is in. Shubi Bangwal already at the crease. Shubi Bangwal is being joined, I believe, by Advika Subramanian. We'll confirm that as soon as we can. That's exactly who this is. Advika Subramanian facing up to Nishka Ramaneni. Nishka Ramaneni, 3 deliveries into her second over, only conceded 4 runs, 3 runs. Another dot. So do we have 2 consecutive maidens underway here? The bowling is absolutely tight, and the bowling is absolutely strangling the Atlanta Super Lions. Never would have thought that this game would have been this close, because you didn't think, and you certainly don't think that 90 runs, 94 runs is a very steep ask. But the DC Titans are bowling as if their lives depended on it, and they're absolutely looking at this stage like they'd be defending against the paltry score that is on the board. Next delivery goes past the outside edge yet again. One more delivery away from back-to-back maidens. The second of which, if this one is a maiden, would be a wicket maiden. Excellent bowling by Nishka Ramaneni. Let's see exactly how she's able to close out here, because the pressure is building. You might have heard earlier in the over, teammates were saying we need 7 runs from this over. Well, they've gotten exactly 7, less than that. Played into the backward point area. They'll get 2 if they run hard. Have to get 2. Come back for that second run. And they get there. So that breaks the string of dots, but still you're behind the 8 ball here. Just 2 runs coming from the over and the wicket. 9 runs have come from the last 5 overs. Vice grip is on here for the DC Titans against the Atlanta Super Lions. The score is 47 for 5.
Good, 9 over 47. Indeed. 9 overs 47. Almost there. Push it, push it. Push the run rate up.
47 needed in 9. Tossed up. Played off the back foot. No run there to start over number 17. So Aradia Kaushal, 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 2. Incredible figures. In the air, and it is going to be fielded by Zara Melsop.
That's it, that's it, very good.
And there's just a single. I will tell you that you've seen a lot of action today, and we're coming down to the wire of what seems to be a very, very close match. Things are just a little bit too close for comfort for the Atlanta Super Lions. Tossed up around the leg side, that's going to be wide, and that's not going to help. 2 bonus runs. Love to hear what the umpire just said. Do not call runs from the outside. That is excellent. Very frankly, it's a good opportunity.
You can sit there.
Run out opportunity. I don't believe that. Oh, he did give that out. Oh my goodness. So another wicket goes down. And all of a sudden, believe it or not, that is 6 wickets down. And there's a young lady who just sat next to me who was very interested in the proceedings on the field. Ma'am, if you don't mind, please introduce yourself.
Sure. My name is Jane Melsop, and my daughter is Zara, who's playing today.
So I did the math. I figured that was your daughter. I saw you sprint like an Olympian when she was hit in the face earlier. So the most important question is, how is she doing?
She's doing fine, yeah. I think she made a good recovery. I think we're lucky it bounced off her hand before it hit her mouth. So I think she's going to be okay, luckily.
Okay, so you are... Well, I won't guess. Where are you from?
Well, you're either going to say Australia or New Zealand, presumably, but we're from New Zealand.
We're in New Zealand.
From Wellington.
Wellington. So you're in the throes of winter right now in
That's
Wellington.
Right. Yeah.
So
but
while
we live in DC now.
You do live in DC. How long have you lived in DC?
About 2 years.
2 years. So you moved from New Zealand 2 years ago.
Correct.
Was Zara playing cricket in New Zealand, or did she pick it up when she came here?
Yeah, she started playing in New Zealand when she was about 8, I think. Yeah, and yeah, she started off playing, you know, with a boys team, with a mixed team, and at the local club, and then she also played for a girls team and went to some tournaments, and we were really pleased when we moved to DC that there was cricket here as well. So.
How surprised were you? Because I'm assuming that living in New Zealand, you don't hear a lot about cricket in the U.S., first of all.
That's right.
And then I would imagine you really don't hear a lot about women's cricket in the U.S.
Yeah.
So how surprising was that for you to find that there's women's cricket played
No,
here?
we were really surprised. We were lucky that we got in touch with a guy called Sham, and he runs the Bowie Cricket Club in the DC region.
I know him very well.
Oh, okay, right, yeah. And
Next
so,
time you see him, tell him I said hello.
Yeah. So it was lucky to land with him because he's been really great at supporting girls cricket as well. And this year Zara was lucky enough to go on a tour to Trinidad. He took a girls team as well as a boys team this year, which was a really great experience.
I was about to ask you about that. Sham, of course, from Trinidad.
Yes.
And is that the first time that you and Zara had been to the Caribbean?
I wasn't lucky enough to go, actually. I wish.
They didn't need a chauffeur? They didn't need an extra chauffeur?
I wish, I know. My husband got to go on that trip. You know, he took one for the team, right?
So how does your husband pull that one off? I'm sorry, I know it's a women's tournament, but I need to be the one. How does that even
I know, exactly. He was lucky, yeah. But he tells me it wasn't all sitting by the pool, you know, and at the beach.
Of course he'd tell you that.
But it was a great experience. But actually, we had been to Caribbean before. We had been to Jamaica before as well. So
When were you in Jamaica?
that was maybe 5 or so. No, a bit more. More than 5 years ago, yeah. But we weren't playing cricket then. That was just a holiday.
It was just a holiday.
Yeah.
I'm from Jamaica. So,
Oh, right. Okay, yeah.
Where in Jamaica did you go?
Now you're gonna test me where it was. We went to Kingston first, and then we went to one of the beach resorts. But I can't actually remember which one. I'm sorry, but it was great. We loved it.
I am surprised to hear you say that you went to Kingston first. Tell me why that is.
Yeah. Well, actually, my husband was the New Zealand High Commissioner to Jamaica.
Okay, so that tracks. That absolutely tracks.
So we went there he went for a work trip, and we all got to tag along.
That absolutely makes sense. Kingston is not necessarily a tourist environment.
Exactly, yeah.
And if somebody says, yeah, we went to Jamaica, we went to Kingston, I pretty much assume there's some reason other than tourism that you went.
Yeah.
But back to, I'll ask you about this game in particular, because you all had a very close game this morning.
Yes.
And won it at the very end.
Yes.
I had a game this morning on this field that was less exciting as compared to that one. The team that batted first this morning scored 193, if I remember correctly.
That's a lot. Yeah.
So when I saw 93 runs scored in this match, I'm thinking, okay, that's not nearly enough runs. But as of right now, it's nose to nose.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's what happened in the game this morning as well. It was really close, and at the end, it was almost, ball for ball. They need to run off every ball. So it's looking like it might be getting a bit like that for this game as well.
Very interesting.
Yeah, so I think they're good bowlers on this team. So when they get a few early wickets, and then it can really turn the game.
Did you and your husband ever play?
No.
Not at all.
Yeah.
That's really interesting. So first of all, what attracted Zara to it if neither of you played?
Yeah. Well, we used to live in Canada actually, and she played baseball there. So she started off playing, she always had really good hand-eye coordination, and she started off with baseball. And then when we moved back to New Zealand, it seemed like the obvious transition from baseball is cricket, that similar sort of skill, if you like. And
that is really very interesting.
Yeah.
Where in Canada did you live?
In Ottawa.
Ottawa.
Yeah, the capital. Yeah.
Okay, so Ottawa.
They don't really have much cricket there, I don't think. But we did see it. We did see a few actually there are some cricket fields at the Governor General's house. Like they have really big grounds there, and we did sometimes see people playing cricket there.
You would not believe that there is a thriving cricket community in Toronto.
Oh, right, yeah.
Huge cricket community in Toronto. They have their version, or they had their version of Major League Cricket. This year it fell apart, so I'm not exactly sure what happened there. But let's just say there's a lot of cricket that's played there. But it almost surprises me to know that the transition was almost backwards.
Yes.
You'd expect cricket to baseball for somebody from New Zealand.
Yeah.
I wouldn't expect baseball to cricket for somebody from New Zealand.
Yeah. But it actually makes sense. And now Zara is going to play softball here. So I think that transition, similar sort of ball skills. So.
How well do you know a young lady? What a great piece of fielding. A young lady by the name of Ritu Singh. Have you heard that name?
No.
Okay, that man right there is her father.
Okay.
He will tell you that she has tremendous physical ability across multiple sports. She's a class softball player.
Oh.
She's on the U.S. cricket team.
Right. Wow.
An accomplished gymnast.
Yeah.
So I'm saying all of that to say cricket to softball is a tremendous opportunity.
Yeah.
Basically, all you're doing is playing across the line every ball. And if you miss, you still have 2 more chances. And then if you're out there, you still have 3 more chances to come up. So if that opportunity presents itself, highly recommend it.
Yeah, softball is a bit more forgiving like that.
It is way more forgiving, yes. Cricket is extremely unforgiving. I will tell you from the standpoint of having had a son who used to play cricket. Doesn't play anymore, plays college soccer now.
Okay.
But when I was a cricket parent, it is the most agonizing thing to do, especially if your child is a batter. My son was an all-rounder, so okay, if he fails with the bat, okay, he can get him back with the ball.
Right, yeah.
If you're a batter and as unforgiving that it is, and you see them, oh, they're walking off and they're crying because they just got bowled, it is a stab in the heart every single time.
It really is.
So, in fact, I'll ask you this question. How does Zara handle the mental aspect of cricket? Because, as we said, it's very unforgiving. It can be very difficult to recover from something that just... It feels like there's no other sport that stabs you in the heart as much as cricket does.
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. I think as they get older, in a way that gets harder because the games are a bit more intense and it's a bit more serious in that way. So, but I think she's doing okay. Probably like a lot of batters, when she comes off, they tend not to talk about it too much. They just, you know.
Stay away from me. Stay away from me.
Exactly. But yeah, that continues to be something I think that they need to work on as they get older. And certainly, I know in New Zealand, it's something they're really working on. Is a lot of the mental game in the women's team in particular. I know they've been really working on it. So that's important. Great.
That is very interesting. Now, by the way, let's just focus on this game for a second.
Sorry.
After that single, oh no, I can get carried away with this conversation. The scorecard tells me 13-8 needed in 36 balls. How did this game become this close? Essentially, it is your game to lose at this point, it feels like, with 4 wickets left.
I think so. I think they're good in the field, and good bowling has brought them to this, I think. Tight fielding.
Oh my goodness. So it feels like this puts the young ladies in good stead for being able to know how to handle themselves in pressure situations, how to sort of maneuver around difficult circumstances. That feels like a life lesson in a cricket game.
Absolutely.
Or I should say a life lesson disguised as a cricket game.
Absolutely. No, I think that's one of the good things about sport and team sport, is that you can learn a lot of really valuable skills through that. Not just the sports skills, but actually, working together as a team and how to handle challenges and how to rise to the challenge and things like that as well. So that's also why I think it's really great that, when we can have these tournaments, because you get game after game. So I think when it's every Saturday or every Sunday, it's harder, to sort of bounce back. But when it's just a couple of hours later or 1 hour later, you've got to really pick yourself up and just get straight back into it, which is really great, I think.
That is fantastic. So, so your husband, you said, was the High Commissioner of
New Zealand to
Zealand.
Jamaica and to Canada.
Okay. And is he still a diplomat?
He is.
Okay. What exactly does he do now?
So now he is the Deputy Ambassador of New Zealand to the United States.
Very interesting. How does he inculcate the aspects or the lessons that you learn in cricket in his day job?
Well, you probably have to ask him that. I'll probably get in trouble if I try to answer that for him.
Well left. Let that one go through to the keeper.
Exactly. I couldn't possibly comment.
Plans to move back permanently, or are you here for good?
We are only here until the end of next year.
End of next year?
Yeah.
And then you move back for good?
Correct. Well, we move back to New Zealand, and then, in the future we can go another place.
Interesting. So, assuming it is, you said the end of next year?
Yeah.
So we're in January 2027, and you're back in New Zealand, and it's the middle of summer.
Yes.
What will you have taken from your time in the U.S.?
Oh, so much. Where do you even start? So many great experiences. We've loved traveling around the US. We've, visited lots of places. I mean, even coming here for us is a great experience because we get to go somewhere new, you know. So, we've really enjoyed that. I mean, living in DC, I think it's, it's a unique time. There's lots going on, obviously. It's a great experience for our kids to come here and see America and experience all of that, and it's more intense. Life's more intense here. In New Zealand, we're pretty laid back. So I don't know if you know some Kiwis, but they're normally pretty laid back. So
I do know a couple. And I will say that I agree with your assessment that they are very laid back.
yeah. So I don't know if you found that when you came from the Caribbean as well.
Well, yes, I'm from Jamaica. There's literally no way of being more laid back
yeah.
than being from the Caribbean.
Yeah.
But having said all of that, what in your mind is the biggest opportunity, at least from the perspective that you've had as being a cricket parent? What's the biggest opportunity for women in this country playing cricket?
I think these tournaments are great. I really like that. I think in New Zealand, Zara also did tournaments, but they were mainly sort of 1 or 2 each summer, and I think it's great here that you have this tournament kind of atmosphere, so you can travel around the country and you can do intense cricket over sort of 2 or 3 days. That's something I really like about it here.
Do you not have that in New Zealand?
We do have some tournaments, but maybe because it's smaller, it's more focused on school cricket and club cricket, which you play sort of once a week, or something like that. So I really like this sort of tournament format. And the other thing they do here, they do this with every sport though in America, is they do it really intensively here. So, I think that's one thing. People are really committed here to sport. And people are in New Zealand, but for kids, it's usually a bit more laid back. Whereas here, I mean, they're practicing a lot and going to academies and indoor training and things. I think a lot more than in New Zealand.
Very interesting. You said you referred to kids earlier. How many other kids do you have?
I've got one other child, my son Connor, and he's 12.
Does Connor play cricket?
He does not. No.
What in the world is wrong with Connor? Why is he not here right now watching this and learning something?
Exactly.
What does Connor do?
He's not so keen on sport actually. So but he's really creative and he's into tech kind of stuff.
Very interesting. So back to this game.
Yes.
34 runs needed from the next 30 balls.
So it's getting closer.
It is definitely getting closer. In fact, it is now your game to lose. Several overs ago, I had set the win predictor at 68 to 32.
Ah, okay.
68-32 Atlanta Super Lions.
Wow.
It feels like it's 68-32 the other direction now.
Yes, exactly. That's really good. That's really great. Yeah. But I mean, I think both teams have done really well, and it's always each of these games is a learning experience. I think for the teams, which is really good as well.
Completely. So, you were not a cricketer. Were you involved with sports at all? Because that sprint from the sideline to the middle. If I had my stopwatch, I'm thinking that's about 3.4, 3.5.
That's probably what every mother would do. I think when they see their daughter lying in the middle of the pitch. I mean, I played a few sports, but I think she gets her sporting talent from my husband. I think, not from me.
What did you play? What did he play?
His main sport, he played field hockey.
Okay.
I play some tennis. Is probably the main thing that I play.
When you say tennis, do you mean lawn tennis or table tennis?
Oh, lawn tennis. Okay. But actually, Sarah's really good at table tennis as well.
Okay.
But yeah, I think she just likes sport. She's just a kid. Some kids just love sport. She's always loved sport.
So your husband played field hockey. What else?
I think that's the main thing he played. I think he probably played the odd cricket game. I remember when we lived in the Netherlands, he played the odd game there and stuff, but not seriously or anything.
Sure. Interesting. Look for 2 here. Oh, wanted 2 but did not get it, so they get 1. Big picture. 25 balls remaining, 32 runs. 32 runs needed.
Oh, we have to get some sixes.
Well, there's been 1 4 struck all day, so I think 6s are out of the question.
Yeah, we haven't seen any 6s on this tournament. I don't know if they've been.
Do you see that man laughing right now?
They have had some.
The same young lady I referred to, Ritu
Rachel
Singh.
She got a 6?
She had 5 this morning, including one that landed in those bushes.
Oh my
A
goodness.
straight hit that landed in the bushes.
Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Well,
On-
she deserves to be on the USA team.
Well, she is on the USA team.
Exactly for that.
So yeah.
Oh my goodness.
It's interesting to see the differences in capability between the players at each
Yeah.
level.
Yeah.
Because there's a handful of players on Ritu's team, at least 2 who play on the national team. Giovanna and Ritu. Okay. Giovanna, good tall fast bowler, probably about your height. You're about 5'8" maybe.
No, I'm about 5'6".
Oh, you said no, like you're 4'8". But okay, so then she's taller than you, good high arm action, proper pace bowler, and then Ritu, tremendous batter as well as a good off spinner. So seeing the differences between the different levels of talent in a tournament like this, I think is amazing.
Yeah.
And in fact, that's one of the ways that the younger or more inexperienced players can learn their game is by playing alongside and against some of the players that ones that we're talking about.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's really good. It's good to see the younger players here too. You know, I think that's really important for the development of the game.
Oh my goodness, yes. And I know personally a couple of young players who live in my part of the country. I live in Texas.
Okay.
And this part of the country, Atlanta, and then certainly the East Coast, has a higher percentage of women players. In my part of the country, where you have to struggle to get the game, and essentially you have to play with the boys or practice alone. And so that puts you at a disadvantage. But playing in a tournament like this, or being in an environment where you can rub shoulders with players who have played at that level, is priceless.
Yeah, absolutely. And I hope that will continue to grow, you know, because the game, it seems like the girls' game is getting bigger here in the US as well. So it's good for the future.
And this is me leaving these things alone if I need to. Because that's out. That is gone. Direct hit, another wicket falls, 7 down. So long before I started doing commentary for fun, I was on the USA board.
Okay.
And let's just say that it is, we have a challenger.
Right, okay.
And that's me keeping it in the V.
Okay, all right, yeah. Don't say any more. Yeah.
But our challenges are outweighed by the talent around the country. And I think as hard as we try to not take advantage of all the talent that we have, we're going to lose that battle because talent will shine, talent will come to the top. And I'm convinced of that.
Oh, that's
so
great. Yeah.
Seeing these women here gives me absolute hope. When I go back home and I'm commentating on minor league matches, that gives me hope of a different kind because the men are closer to the top than the women are.
Right.
But being able to, you know, have a part in describing the action that you see on the field for the women makes all the difference in the world to me, and it's really something that energizes me. So,
I think it's great that they have, you know, this and you film it and we have commentary and everything. Like, it's really great that the women's game is coming up like that as well. It's great.
completely. So 63 for 7. This is insanity.
So you got your predictions wrong?
No, I was nowhere near. I wasn't even in the same neighborhood. I literally missed it by 180 degrees. So you head back to DC after this. What grade is Zara in?
She's in 9th grade.
9th grade.
So she's a freshman. Yeah.
How has she sort of assimilated into the U.S. school scene?
Yeah. No, really good, actually. I think she's happy there and she's at a good school and, they don't play cricket.
No, I wouldn't think.
But,
sure.
But that's okay. No, they're supportive of her, you know, coming to these tournaments and, you know, she's probably educated them a bit about cricket, actually, by, you know, just talking about it and that kind of thing at school. So, it's been really good. Both our kids, I think, have thrived in the school system here, which is great. And they are, you know, the schools are really into sports. She's in the JV field hockey team at her school.
There's field hockey at her school. Is it a
Yeah.
private school?
Yes. it
Okay,
is.
okay. But not very many public schools have field
Oh,
hockey.
they don't do field hockey? Okay, I didn't know that. Okay.
I have not seen field hockey since I left Jamaica. Put it that way.
Okay,
And that
okay,
was,
okay.
that was
Is it another one
40
of these British sports, is it?
Yes, very much so. That was 43 years ago. So yeah,
Right,
it's been a while
okay.
since I've seen field hockey out. Oh, that's oh no, look at this. This is actually getting very, very interesting.
There's some desperation.
There is some desperation,
Sitting in.
and miscues don't help. But okay, so different question. Your son's name again?
Connor.
Connor. Connor, he's creative. He has assimilated into the school system. How are both of your kids going to like needing to leave this country when it's time for them to
That
leave?
is true. That is one of the difficult things of being a diplomat family, is that you do have to move around every 3 or 4 years. So as the kids get older, it's definitely more challenging. So, but I think going back, one great thing now is that kids are so connected over social media, or you know, just being able to text their friends and that kind of thing. So I think it'll be easier to maintain the friendships, and who knows, maybe they'll come back and go to college here, or you know, maybe Zara will get a cricket scholarship or something.
I absolutely love the fact that you said that. I definitely take your point about the easier to keep in touch, for example, than when I left my friends in 1982 and we'd write letters 3 times a year.
yeah. So these days, you know, and that's the same with their friends in New Zealand, you know, they can keep in touch with them now.
Right.
So when they go back, the transition will be a little bit easier as well.
Very interesting.
So I'm sure she'll, you know, want to pick up the cricket again and take that forward and everything.
Oh my goodness. Okay, back to this.
Yes.
3 overs, 29. 3 overs, 29 runs.
Yeah.
So 10 and over is what you need.
Yeah. So we're definitely going to have to see some sixes.
Oh, there's no question. And so if you're looking to see which of these batters is more likely to hit sixes, Shruti Bangwal, 13 from 41, no 4s, no 6s.
Yeah.
So that's strike. If she were 41 from 13, then there's a conversation there. Ahana Jane has not yet faced the ball. So if you are, by the way, I don't know that you ever said your name.
Jane.
Jane. So Coach Jane, if you are talking to these two at the wicket, what are you telling them?
Whew. I mean, I'm not really a cricket expert, but I guess I'm probably telling them now that they're going to have to just go for it.
Literally. About the only thing that you can do.
Yeah. How many they've still got a couple of batters, haven't they, to come?
Yeah, but
they're more the bowler batters.
Exactly, the bottom of the order.
Right, okay.
So if a wicket falls now, you have 2 remaining, and those are probably 2 bowlers.
Yeah.
Well done.
No run.
They're going to have to try and take runs, yeah.
I mean, at this point, maybe the only play is you're thinking about net run rate and you don't want to lose too badly. I don't know if you know what the net run rate calculations are, but
is that for the placements for the next round or the
yeah,
semi-final?
it's essentially a tiebreaker.
Right.
And you know, the first tiebreaker is points on the table.
Yep.
The second tiebreaker is essentially how quickly you score versus how you restrict the team, your opponents from scoring.
Yep.
And so even if you're losing a match, it helps you from a net run rate calculation if you bat all the way through the innings than if you just throw your bat and get out in the next 2 or 3 balls. So maybe that's the only thing worth looking at here, because this is drifting further and further away from them.
Oh, some people are telling them to run.
Okay, I'll ask you a different question, because you are the parent of an athlete. Where do you draw the line between sideline coaching and letting the play develop on the field?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I mean, I'm no cricket expert, so
Sure.
I don't have that much to say. But one thing we've noticed here in America is that parents do say a lot, not just in this sport, but in all sports. I think in New Zealand, I mean they probably do in New Zealand, but I do feel like I noticed it more here. But I don't have much to offer, so I'm not the right person to ask on that.
I will tell you from the standpoint of a parent who has two sons. One son plays soccer professionally, the other son plays in college. American parents generally are uncouth as it comes to sports.
Yeah.
And so you'll have a sideline. Let's say it's a soccer match.
Yeah.
I was the guy at the match with 4 cameras, literally.
Yeah.
And I'm standing close to half line.
Yeah.
I'm the last of our parents, and I'm next to their parents.
Yeah.
And I let most things go without being said. But the second somebody says something about my son, we're not just going to ignore that. And we did have a situation once where an opposing parent said something to my wife.
Oh.
And then we almost had a whole knockdown drag out on the sideline. Because that's not going to happen either.
Oh my goodness.
Let's just say the rest of the world handles sports, and that's not fair. That's not fair.
Yeah.
Because if you're in South America and you're at a soccer match,
that's
then
pretty intense. Yeah, absolutely. Whereabouts does your son play professionally?
In upstate New York, Rochester.
Oh wow.
He plays for a club called Flower City Union. That would be him right there.
Oh wow. Okay.
And my younger son is at University of San Francisco, so they're literally under
opposite sides. Yeah.
opposite sides of the country.
That does not make it easy for you to get the
It
games.
does not at all. Or more to the point, it makes it very expensive to get to the games.
Yeah, exactly. And neither of them stuck with cricket though. They started it.
My younger son played with Ritu on the same team at the U8 and U9 levels.
Oh nice. Oh nice.
He was, and I'm not just saying this because he's my son.
Yeah.
When he was 7, he was playing in U12 tournaments. He was very good. Opened the batting left-handed, opened the bowling right-hand pace.
Wow.
But at some point, we'd have Saturdays where he'd play a soccer match in the morning and then go play a cricket match in the afternoon. You get burned out after a while.
Yeah.
And so essentially we had to make a head versus heart conversation, which is the sport that is more likely to take him forward.
Yeah.
And so we have friends like in either New Zealand or Australia or South Africa, like, oh my goodness, send him here.
Yeah, exactly.
He'd be a superstar. And they're like,
exactly.
Part of the reason you have kids is to, live in the same country as them.
Exactly.
So,
you want to see them.
Yeah. So that became a non-starter. But still a huge fan. Both of them are. Jaden, my younger son, is a bigger fan than Kyle, but they both love the sport.
Yeah.
But it just became untenable to play both. So.
That's the other thing here we find is that they often make you specialize quite early on in sport. I don't know. They make you, but it feels like it's harder to do more than one.
I will meet you halfway. You can do more than one sport, but if you're going to get very serious in any one, then it becomes difficult to spend the time that you need to. And that's another wicket. And this game is all but over. So if you are, for example, playing American football, to call a sport, American football is about the toughest sport to play because it tests you physically and then mentally. It is a tremendous... There's this narrative about football players being big and dumb. Don't believe that for a second. Okay. Football is a religiously or ridiculously complex sport, and there's so much studying that goes into it. Yes. Yeah. You wouldn't have time to play football and something else. Yeah. If you're playing at a high level. Now, if you're just playing for fun, then that's different. But to the extent that you are looking to be serious in it, especially if you're looking to go far enough to be in the 1% of all high school athletes who make it to college, then you have to do something to stand out.
Yeah.
Back to this match.
Yes. 9
balls remaining, 25 runs needed, 2 wickets in hand. It pretty much is a 99-1 opportunity for your team to win this, and it is not even going to be close. Ooh. Now, if you keep doing that, it'll give them a chance to get back into it.
Get a few more balls.
Get a few more. Well, this is really interesting. I thoroughly have enjoyed talking to you, and I'm probably going to switch to wrap-up mode here in a minute to get to the end of this. Jane, it is a pleasure. I'll see you a number of times this weekend, probably.
Thanks so much. Lovely to meet you.
Absolutely.
Thanks for doing the commentary, too.
Oh, my pleasure. And I really do mean it. Okay, so we are at the back end of this match, and believe it or not, this match is completely different from it was when I started talking here a few hours ago. Because as of right now, in the fading light, 24 runs are needed in the next 8 balls. You need a 3 off of every. That's played off the back foot. They should get 1. They may think about 2, but realistically not going to happen. And my goodness, this is a really entertaining match, but it feels as though only one team is going to win it from here. And if you look at what each of these teams has done, halfway through this match when I thought that the DC Titans did not have nearly enough runs, turns out that they had more than, probably 20 or so more than they needed. Goes past the outside edge here. That is the end of the over. 23 runs needed in the last over, I believe. We'll get that confirmed as soon as the scoreboard updates, but 24 runs needed. 1 over. This is absolutely incredible stuff, and full credit to the DC Titans, who have shown an ability to bowl disciplined lines and lengths and really get those deliveries in the way that they need to. So you go into the last over, and all of 24 runs are needed. And so we'll see who bowls this last over. Goes past the outside edge and goes past the stumps. Attempted stumping. Umpire Conrad Rogers says, nope, let's just get the ball back to the bowler. So 5 balls remaining, 23 runs needed. It feels academic from here. Tremendous effort with the ball. I cannot say enough about the bowlers for the DC Titans. Last over being bowled here by Nidhi Chuka. Single, but it's not going to be nearly enough. Last 4 balls, 22 runs needed. And this just becomes a matter of knowing what the final deficit is going to be, because this is a tremendous effort from the DC Titans. Vainavi Cannon, for what it's worth, is batting 1 from 3. Hannah Jane, 3 from 9. It's going to be wide. That doesn't help, but essentially delays the inevitable, because this is going to be taken pretty easily in the end. Turns out they didn't need as many as 93 runs. They probably could have defended 80 runs today the way that they've bowled. And even having conceded a ton of extras, 25 by my unofficial count. Off the back foot, they get 1. 3 balls remaining. And once again, just knowing what the final margin is going to be. Maybe we'll just go over the full scorecard while we wait for the final score. Super Lions, Madhurika Sivakumar bowled without scoring. Mokshana Maila run out for 2. Anya Tyagi, 14 from 31. She was bowled. Minanshia Nantakumar LBW, 7 from 5. Shruti Suresh Kumar caught behind, 3 from 12. Shubhi Bangwal run out for 13. Advika Subramanian run out for 2. Sahasra Gopalakrishnan run out for 2. Anna Jane 4 and Vainavi Kannan 2. Those are the 2 still at the wicket. And just again, just needing to know what this final margin of victory is going to be. That is a dot. Last two balls, in fact, last ball coming up. The bowlers tell the story. Arna Krishnaveni, 3 overs, 1 run conceded without any wickets, but my goodness, if you can't score off of her, what difference does it make how many wickets she takes? Zara Melsop, 3 overs, 1 for 16. That is a direct hit at the non-striker's end. That is, or at the striker's end. That is the end of the match, I believe. Players will all shake hands. Final margin of victory ends up being 19. Excellent stuff from the DC Titans. And in the meantime, let's finish going through the bowlers. Zara Melsop, 3 overs, 1 for 16. The story there is that she was struck on the head in the last over, or last ball of her first over, but she came back to bowl 2 other overs after that and did excellently in the field as well. Then Sai Nikita Kaluri, 2 overs, none for 13. She ended up being the most expensive bowler, conceding 6.5 and over. Mahita Josula, 3 overs, 1 for 8. Aradhya Kaushal, 5 overs, 1 for 9. Nishka Ramineni, 3 overs, 1 for 7. Anahita Mohan, 2 overs, none for 6. And Akshara Patibandla, 2 overs, none for 6. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And again, the DC Titans, who made me look like an idiot because I didn't think 93 runs was nearly enough. Turns out they didn't need anything even remotely close to that. Holding the Atlanta Super Lions to 74 runs, 74 for 9. And so they end up winning by 18. So tremendous days worth of cricket right here at the Paramvere Sports Complex in Atlanta, Georgia, in Rydell, Georgia. Join us right here again tomorrow for another set of exciting matches from the NWCL 2025 Stride Atlanta Women's Open. This is Brian Walters. I'm happy to have been with you for the last several hours. See you tomorrow.